I'm going to go ahead. It is 5:01. So I'm going to call this meeting to order. Good evening and welcome, fellow board members, Dr. Miguel, staff, and guests, and everyone else that's watching tonight. Today's Tuesday, January 12th, and this is our first regular board meeting of 2021. So happy New Year to everybody. It's so great to see you all, and I hope everyone had a safe and restful and re-energizing holiday break. But trust me, it's very nice to be back with all of you tonight. So we have a lot to get to today on today's agenda. But before we do, just want to say that, in light of some of the recent violence and riots and insurrection on our nation's capital and the continued divide that's being driven in our community, in our country and our communities, our board wanted to recognize peace and unity, love and hope, and also to honor those fallen officers from last week with the moment of silence. So I'm going to ask that as we start, please join me and my fellow colleagues, my fellow board members in a moment of silence in their honor. Thank you so much. So with that, again, thank you. Welcome everyone watching. I will go ahead and pass it to Ms. Smith to do a roll call.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, present.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, present.
Janie Humphries.
Janie Humphries, present.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, present.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, present.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, present.
And Dr. Yeager.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would take a motion to approve today's regular agenda.
Mr. Lopez, I'd like to add 2 items to the agenda, please.
Okay.
Number 1, I make a motion to add the election of the delegate to the KCKPS Delegate Assembly. We have not done that.
Okay.
Second, do we do that now? Or I second it.
Okay, moved and seconded to add the election of the KCKPS Assembly to the agenda. Any questions, comments? If not, Ms. Smith, would you do a roll call, please?
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries.
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
And Dr. Yeager.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Nguyen.
Now forego the second one.
Mm-hmm.
I make a motion that we approve the agenda with the addition of the motion we just passed.
Second.
Seconded. Questions? Not Ms. Smith, roll call vote, please.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries.
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
And Dr. Yeager.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are at the community comment section, and we have several that you can see on the agenda. Go ahead, Ms. Smith, with the first 2.
Did you want to go over the policy?
Thank Ms. Page.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
So before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and read our board norms and protocols, which I normally do at every board meeting. So as a board, we agree to respect the differences of opinions in making decisions for the district, to follow best practices in managing the superintendent and the management of the board itself, to stay on task when conducting business for the district, including while at board meetings, to never surprise the superintendent or each other when conducting official business of the district, to read these norms at the beginning of each board meeting and at board workshops as a reminder of how to conduct our meetings, and to continually self-check to determine if we are following our norms when conducting district business. Thank you. And in terms of our community comment policy, again, as we continue to meet via Zoom, for those that would like to submit comment, anyone and everyone is welcome to do so. You can contact our board clerk, Ms. Leslie Smith. All comments must be submitted prior to before noon on Monday, the day before the board meeting, to be added to the board agenda. Just as reference, we will read said community comments that are submitted. If there are multiple comments regarding a certain topic or a hot issue per board policy, we can limit and read one comment acknowledging all the comments that are submitted via regarding a certain topic. So as you can see, there are several community comments today. So we will get to a couple of them. Ms. Smith, if you want to go ahead and start with the first couple.
Okay. Recently, the United Government received and approved the Central Area Master Plan. This comprehensive plan took over 2 years to complete, and input was provided by a variety of major stakeholders in the area. A new Central Middle School was not mentioned in the plan. I understand that Central Middle School has been recommended for demolition by the KCKPS Community Vision Team Facility Grouping Report, see attached. CMS shares 7 acres with Whittier Elementary School and needs to be relocated to a larger land tract within the Central Area Master Plan boundaries. The master plan discusses a shortage of suitable land sites to relocate CMS. The former Bethany Hospital site is situated on just over 9 acres, and the owner is Community Housing of Wyandotte County, CHWC. When Carl Bruce Middle School was proposed, the 20+ acre school site was included in the Northeast Area Master Plan. Input was provided by students when it was developed. I am a teacher at Central Middle School and recognize the need to follow the recommendations of the KCKPS Vision Team and demolish the existing 100+ facility. Modernization will require a much larger land parcel similar to the recently built Carl Bruce Middle and Gloria Willis Middle Schools. Coordination with the United Government should prioritize a new school site and be evidenced on the Central Area Master Plan as KCKPS depletes its bond issue designated for new schools. I trust that the absence of the proposed school sites in the Central Area Master Plan reflects on the school board's urgent priorities during this time of remote learning. Please let me know if I can help. Thank you and have a great day. Paul Baker. My name is Brian Escobar. I am a senior at Washington High School and I play soccer. I would appreciate if you would give us our season. It's my last year and it sucks. I haven't gotten to play the sport I love the most one last time with my teammates and with the younger classmen. We already lost our senior assemblies and senior events. Sincerely, Escobar Brian.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, and thank you to those 2 that submitted comment. We do have several, I think 8 comments regarding wrestling and pursuant to our board policy. All of them are in alignment really in their statements around wrestling and that they would like to see wrestling. I will read one of the comments that encompasses most of the feelings towards the comments that were submitted. I will read comment H by Angel Gallardo, who states, "Good evening, my name is Angel Gallardo. I am a senior at J.C. Harmon High School, and I would love to have a wrestling season because wrestling is the only thing that keeps me out of trouble. It helps me relieve my stress. It's my last year I can wrestle, and I really want to show what I can do in my last year. I've been to state 2 years, and I want to place at state my last year or even win it. I want to show other schools at our district that our district has talent. I truly love the sport of wrestling, and I just hope you guys will let us have a season. It really did did it, please let us have a season. I'm begging you guys. I just want to make our district and my family proud. Thank you, Angel, and thank you to the 8 others or the 7 others who submitted comment on wrestling. They are all publicly available for you to read and review if you would like to do so. We also received several comments, 4 comments around safe and welcoming, and similarly, pursuant to our policy, I will read one of the statements or comments as they are all very similar in nature. Dear Ms. Smith, I want to say thank you to the board for placing Safe and Welcoming Wyandotte on the agenda. I want to encourage the board to make a statement of support tonight. I believe expanded access to identification as well as clearer boundaries and limitations on the voluntary interactions between our local law enforcement and ICE makes all of us, especially our students, safer. Thank you in advance for your leadership in championing this issue for the benefit of the children in our community. Hannah Hotstetler. Again, thank you to the 4 residents who submitted comment, and they are all publicly available for you to review.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes, Ms. Drew.
I would suggest that even though you're not going to read the letters, it might be good to just read the names of the individuals who sent them. That way they'll know that it did come through for both different topics.
Absolutely, I would be happy to do that, Ms. Drew. Thank you for the suggestion. So regarding wrestling, we received comments from, and I apologize if I make a mistake in pronouncing your names, Patrick Hamill, Mary Thompson, Leilani Soriano, Zach Davies, Angel Gallardo, Anthony Gomez, Trinity Escobar, and Angelica Ordonez. So those are the folks that submitted comments regarding wrestling. And again, they are publicly available on our agenda, so you can go back and read those as well. Regarding safe and welcoming, we received comments from Janet Cashman, Trinidad Molina, Hannah Hotstetler, and Beth Seberger. Thank you so much. So we will move on with our agenda and have our communications from Dr. Miguel, our interim superintendent.
Good evening, board and everyone who's present today. Thank you so much. I would like to start my communications by acknowledging that January is School Board Recognition Month. So I would like everyone to join me as we say thank you to all of our school board members. As I said, January is School Board Recognition Month, and we want to thank you for your hard work and your dedication to this district. As if the work was not hard enough and demanding enough, now you get to lead us and chart the future of our students and community during a pandemic. So hats off to you for that. I would like to encourage our staff, students, and community at large to join us in celebrating School Board Recognition Month in January as a way to highlight the importance of public schools and the people who ensure that our children receive the education they need to prosper and be prepared for college and career. So in normal circumstances, I would ask everyone to stand up and give you a big round of applause. We will all stand in our own places and give you a big round of applause. And thank you for your service. Thank you so much, board. This is your month for us to recognize you. But we recognize your hard work every single day. As you know, I like to start usually with somebody from our schools to come and share the good work that our schools and our principals and our teachers are doing. Today, we have Central Middle School. We have Ms. Eliana Farney, the acting principal at Central Middle School, Ms. Melissa Malcolm, she's the MTSS facilitator, and we have a sixth grade student, Cheyenne Enox, joining us tonight to share a successful initiative that they have put in place to increase student achievement. So I would like to invite Ms. Farney, Ms. Malcolm, and Ms. Enox to join us and share with us the good news that they have.
Thank you, Dr. Miguel. Good evening, everybody. I'm just here to introduce. This is just the main work of Ms. Malcolm and the work that she does with the students and how it benefits our school. So we started with the conversation about how do we do and how do we promote student engagement. In the 3 main areas for student engagement for us was about attendance. We want to make sure that students are coming to school. participating in class, and completing their work. So Ms. Malcolm started this work last year, and it really has grown this year. And it is my first year at Central, and I've just been amazed of how much of an impact this little project that we thought was just going to be a little project has really grown. So I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Cheyenne Enox first. I would like for her to share her point of view from the student perspective and how much this project has impacted her participation in class and how she feels connected to the school. And I just want to say Ms. Enox has been nominated as Student of the Month in our school. She is also an excellent student. She has very good attendance, and I'm just going to pass it on to her and let her shine today. Cheyenne.
So I don't know really sure where to start, but one thing that I feel like really helps this year was all teachers. The teachers are like so friendly, but also keep on track. And another thing is what Ms. Malcolm started, which is Hub Store. Kind of gives me like, since we get to get cash, I feel like it really helps me want to learn and to be on time and want to get the cash so that I can give it to like the store and still get stuff. And I think a lot of people, and I know I was in a Zoom with my friends today, and they were talking about how much we're grateful for about her making Cub Store and how it really helped her, because at first she didn't like really want to do anything. She didn't pay attention because I'm not sure why, but when she heard
Cheyenne.
the Cub Store
Cheyenne.
now the Cub this is her first year too.
Cheyenne.
She
Cheyenne.
Cub Store is really helping her. And
I don't think you can hear us.
Teachers were also
Yeah, I know. Cheyenne.
Oh, it got a little better now that the video is off.
With the patch and Cub Store and all friendly there, but I was already pretty much a really good student. But I feel like when I came into this year, I was super nervous that everyone was gonna be super hot and I wasn't able to catch up. But as I learned how my teachers were and how everyone was so friendly, I just felt like I was meant to be here and that no one was gonna judge me for being smart or being who I am. I just love being there, and it's probably one of my favorite. I'm glad that I got to go to Central Middle School.
Thank you, Cheyenne. I appreciate your comment.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Before we go on, Mr. Hoda is asking me to ask everyone to turn the videos off unless you're presenting, and that may help with sound.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. If we all turn the video off unless we are presenting, that will help. Ms. Farney?
Okay.
We can't hear you, Ms.
Cheyenne. do we want Cheyenne to do at least 2-3 sentences of why the cup store was important, or should we go on to Ms. Malcolm?
Go ahead, and she can share a couple of sentences because we could hear her talking, but I don't think people were able to hear clearly. So we don't need her to repeat everything, but if she can share a couple of things.
So Cheyenne, do you hear that, hon? Just
Yeah.
2 or 3 things how the store has made a difference for you and how you feel connected to the school.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's start with the Cub Cash. The Cub Cash store, I feel like, is really helping. And I know they added a new thing to it, which is called Candygrams, where you can like send it to your friend or just someone that you want to get to know and become friends with. And I love that mainly because even if I didn't know them, but I know that they're like really nice and I've heard of them and they are really like participating. I sent one to my friend Victoria in my 4th hour math class because she makes like, if I'm ever feeling down, we came up with this over screen handshake kind of like whenever we come in, first we say, and we would start to like whenever we see each other, we would just do this. So just to know that the sun is up and it's a new day, and would always do that, and she would do it back. And after, I just felt like I would just feel like today's gonna be a good day. And then the Cub store, since I sent it to her, and I like how we could give a note, like we could say what we want to say, and then Miss Malcolm, I love how she put a whole bunch of work into it, even though sometimes I know it can probably get stressful and that sometimes it can like take a little time, but I know that you try your best to get to everyone. Even if not, then you can still make it up as fast as you can. Even if it's not that fast, you'll always get to them. And I'm just really happy that you are the one that made it for us. Because at first I didn't know you, but now that I know that you made the Cub store and getting to see you a few times for delivering it, it's been really nice. And I just feel like I really belong thanks to the Cub store, and all the teachers are extremely nice. They make me feel welcome even on worst days. Like on one day my cat died, and my FA teacher, which is also my science teacher, she like told me that I was going to be okay. And even if I didn't really know her that well, I know that she was a really nice person that helped me through it.
Cheyenne, that is really awesome. So it's about those relationships. And so as we lead into this, as we lead into that conversation, Cheyenne, that is an awesome point that you've made. The Cub store helps build those relationships. And that really is kind of the point of this engagement piece and the relationship piece, which is two areas that we have really been looking at Central Middle School, is how do we engage our students and how do we incentivize this opportunity that we have. We know that online learning is difficult. We need students to be in class. We need them to be engaged. And we need to have that feeling of we can all do this and we can all do it together. So originally the Cub store was created as an incentive piece for following pride traits. So what is our pride trait? Perseverance, respect, responsibility, integrity. What is that D word? Oh, determination. That's what that is. Determination and engagement. So that is why it was originally created, was to help students with those pride traits. And then we realized when COVID set in that we were going to have to look at this a little differently. As many of you know, COVID has changed the way we look at a lot of things. And so looking at the store, we can't have kids come into the building. Well, okay, what are we going to do? How are we going to get the things to them? How are we going to have an online store? Cheyenne, how do I get the things to you guys? I deliver them, don't I? So over time, we've realized that the engagement piece is improving, and they realize that Miss Malcolm is going to come to the door, or one of my helpers is going to come to the door with a package for them. So is this working? What data do I have to prove that this is working? Well, I do have some data. And I have an 8th grade team that has been tracking, and this will just give you a little example of a classroom that has been using CubCash. And this was somebody who was not necessarily sold in the very beginning that CubCash would work for 8th graders. But over the last few weeks, this teacher has been using it. This teacher has a classroom with 29 students in it. And of that 29, very, very low attendance. Of the 29, we have approximately 14 students that are identified, as well as 2 that have a SIT plan. And very low attendance, and not a real high mark of accomplishment, mastery of skills. We'll leave it at that. And so being able to look at those formative and summative assessments. How do I tell if students are really learning something? And so we work together to come up with a CubCash incentive. We need students to be in the classroom, so truancy. We don't want them truant, and we need to know that they're mastering skills. So we use CubCash as that incentive. And I'm just going to give you last week's totals. On Monday, 19 out of 29 students showed up. Tuesday, 21 out of 29. Wednesdays are always a little low, but 17 out of 29. By Thursday, if all students had shown up, or a portion of the students that he gave, whatever the number was, had shown up, and they worked together on a project, and they had come up with at least 90% of mastery on a skill, he would give each student $6 of CubCash. 24 students showed up, and 17 had turned in the assignment with a 90% or higher. That's pretty awesome. Those numbers are pretty awesome. And it continues to look like that in many classes across the board. My attendance is a little off because I'm still working on those attendance numbers, but I am starting to see grades. I'm starting to see relevant and correlation numbers come in on mastery of skills, and being able to use that for mastery of skills. So going forward, what am I going to be looking at? I'm still looking at the engagement piece, but now I'm going to start looking at how to, hopefully by next year, I'm hoping we're all back in school, how to turn this over into leadership positions for students. And then I'll start looking at how to look at teachers, and how I can get a Cub store for teachers, and so forth and so on. So this is an awesome piece. We deliver to all the students. So the students get their bags every month. It's a once a week event. It's an online store. Teachers hand out the CubCash. It's done through a form. And that is my sole purpose right now, that and social and emotional learning, but it's working. So.
And Dr. Miguel, if I want to add something else that Ms. Malcolm is too humble to add, not only is this affecting the students, but it's also affecting the entire connection to the community from the school. We as a school are also able to build those relationships with the parents and the students. So that is a big piece, and it's a side piece that we were not expecting, but it really is working.
The community has taken notice as well. I have donations coming in from the community, but I also have that relationship that's building with the parents. I have students that wait for these packages to be delivered just to have that one-on-one social emotional time. And it's not a lot of time. It's porch visits, it's drop-offs, but it is that time. And that's the important piece, relationships, building those relationships. Our 6th graders have never seen our building, but yet they still feel connected to our building. And that's very important.
Thank you so much, Ms. Malcolm, Ms. Farney, and a special thanks to Cheyenne. We are so proud of you. 6th grader, like Ms. Malcolm said, she hasn't even set foot in the building. And here she is talking to over 200 people, sharing her experience and how she appreciates the incentives that teachers and administration are working on. So Cheyenne, thank you so much. You are such an example of why we're here, and you make us all so proud. We're going to reach out to Ms. Farney to see if maybe they can record your testimonial again so we can share it on the website. I apologize for the technical difficulties we had, but you have such a strong message that we're going to record you and put it on our website, if that's okay with you.
That's fine.
Thank you so much. And we wanted Central to share this because it's such an example of how our teachers, our administrators are becoming very creative in how to reach families. And we thought by sharing this, someone may hear this and decide they want to learn more about this program and the positive effects it has had on families and students at Central. So if you want to hear more, please reach out to Ms. Malcolm or to Ms. Farney, and they can share all the details and the strategies that they have used. Thank you so much. And of course, this is all about students. So we have one more student that we want to celebrate with you. I have a picture here. I'm going to share my screen. This is Catherine Pedraza. Catherine is a Schlegel student, and she also makes us so proud. She does not just juggle her normal high school work. She also takes classes at Kansas City, Kansas Community College. And she has now the proof that her very hard work pays off. She has now taken all of the required courses and tests to certify her as an EMT for the state of Kansas. So big celebration. We are super proud of her and of the Schlegel staff that helped her accomplish this. Thank you so much. Again, all of this happens because of teachers, right? So we have a big celebration. I'm going to share my screen again. Big celebration today. Let me see here. Let me close this so you don't need to see us. We see the stars of the show today. So this past Friday, our KCK Horizon Award winners were honored by the state and Commissioner Randy Watson. He actually attended a staff meeting that was planned as a staff meeting, but it was truly a way to celebrate these two individuals in our district. So he personally presented the award and congratulated Abigail Morris from Stony Point North, where she teaches first grade, and Rachel Leonard at Schlegel. Rachel is an English language arts teacher and one of our teaching fellows success stories. So today I talked to them and I wanted to ask them what they wanted me to say about them. And I hope they are here today to hear our presentation and to hear how proud we are of them. So Miss Abby Morris, she said, and I'm quoting, "I am so honored to work in the community that I grew up in. I have found nothing but support during my time at KCKPS, and I am so grateful to work at a school as wonderful as Stony Point North. I would not have been able to achieve success in the classroom without the support of my colleagues and family." Thank you so much, Ms. Morris. We're so proud of you and of the staff at Stony Point North, because that's something that we mentioned last week when the awards were presented. When no teachers get recognized like this and do such an amazing job, it is because they are amazing teachers, but also because they have an amazing support behind them. Ms. Leonard, when asked what she wanted me to say about her, she mentioned her family. And she wanted me to mention how supportive her family has been and to name them. So I'm going to name them all. It's Marilyn Neblett, her mother, and proxy for my 5 children. Ms. Leonard said that her mother's kindness and sacrifice to continue her work with 5 children allowed her to work with more children in our district. Ms. Leonard has named her children here, and they are Asara Leonard, daughter, Wyandotte Honors graduate and a student at Harry Stowe University. Taria, she's at Sumner graduate, and she's currently at KCKCC. Elisha, her son, junior at Wyandotte, and he's an honor student. Joshua, 8th grader at Carl Bruce, and Michael, 6th grader at Carather. So we are very proud of our teachers and very proud that they are, one, a product of our district, the other one, a teacher in our district, and has all of her children in our district. So very proud of both. Thank you so much. Let me close all of this. And we have one more celebration. This is another teacher. Let me bring up this picture and share with you. And here on the right, you can see Jamel Brown, Director of Debate and Forensics at Summer Academy, who is now inducted into the Kansas Debate Coaches Invitational Hall of Fame. So very proud that people around the state are recognizing our staff. And of course, we have even more recognitions. Very quickly, I'm going to share that, let me get to this. The Latinx Education Collaborative has recognized different Latinx professionals and students around the area. Every year, they honor these people that go above and beyond to help with that cause. And this year, we're happy to say we have 3 winners in our district. Delanary Castor Lara is a student at Sumner, and she won the Aspiring Educator of the Year award. Angel Salinas Villa graduated from Sumner last year and won the Future Educator of the Year award. And then, of course, our very own board president, Randy Lopez, won the Chairs Award. So congratulations to all. We are so proud, and I am very happy to share all of these accomplishments. So let me get back to you. Big round of applause, and that concludes my communications. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Miguel, and congratulations to all of our award recipients and to all of our staff who, as Dr. Miguel said, continue to do great work. So we're so proud of you, and it's always nice to take some time at the beginning of the meetings to recognize the great things that are happening in our district with our students and our staff. So I appreciate, Dr. Miguel, that you intentionally make it an effort to recognize those folks in our district. So congratulations to all, and testament to the great work of Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools. Just a few brief communications from my part. I do just want to thank Dr. Miguel and Mr. Birch and my fellow board members for the letter that was put out earlier this week condemning the acts and those perpetrators who committed violent acts of crime and terror on our Capitol last week. We must not stay silent during these times, and so that was a great example of leadership from our district. So thank you for that. I also want to, as Dr. Miguel said, thank and congratulate my fellow board members as we recognize you and celebrate School Board Recognition Month. So congratulations, and thank you for all the hard work you do every single day on behalf of our district. I do also want to recognize our Kansas City, Kansas police for the district police as we celebrated Law Enforcement Appreciation last week. So we know that they do a tremendous job to keep our students and our schools safe. So thank you for all that you do for our students in our district. I want to say congratulations again to Dr. Nguyen as she was sworn into her office yesterday, I believe. So congratulations, and we're really proud of your accomplishments and proud to have you as a team member. So congratulations, Dr. Nguyen. For those of you who missed the special meeting last Friday with the health department, you can find that on our YouTube channel. I just want to say thank you to the health department for lending their time and expertise as they discussed the COVID pandemic and vaccines and what's going on in our community. So thank you. And if you missed that, you can catch that on our YouTube channel. For those of you that participated in the virtual town halls last week regarding our superintendent search, thank you for being a part of that. You can also find those videos on our YouTube page. Big shout out and thank you to Mr. Birch and his team and Ms. Smith for helping to coordinate those. We'll have an update from Mr. Guerra shortly, who he and his team are with us, and they'll give us an update regarding the search here shortly. Just a reminder to our board that we do have a special board meeting next Tuesday, January 19th with Dr. Wiesman and KASB. So please make sure you have that on your calendar. Ms. Smith will send out a reminder to everyone for that as well. And lastly, I just want to recognize that Monday we celebrate and honor the life and legacy of a great man of whom we could all continue to learn from, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I hope that we can truly take the time to continue to learn about hope and love and justice as we seek unity in our community and our country. So with that, that ends our communication for this evening. Dr. Miguel?
Yes, the first item is under Kansas City, Kansas Public Library. We present the recommendation that the Kansas City Board of Education approve the payment of bills for the Kansas City, Kansas Public Libraries.
So move.
Second.
Seconded. Further discussion? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Dr. Yeager.
Yes.
Thank you.
The next item is the recommendation to approve the Public Library Human Resources Report and Library Operations Recommendation as submitted by Ms. Carol Levers, Director of Libraries.
So move.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Dr. Yeager.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oops, sorry. The next one is an informational item that the Kansas City, Kansas Public Libraries Director Report has submitted, as submitted by Ms. Carol Levers, Director of Libraries. And I think, Ms. Levers, you want me to share the screen, right?
Thanks, Dr. Miguel. Good evening, board. Happy New Year to all of you. Wishing you a better year than we had last year.
All right.
Even though December was a little bit slow, we still signed on 156 new card members on our e-community. We had 3,764 items in our databases, services that we offered for our patrons. If you look at our curbside pickup, and it's all by branch, we've checked out 11,937 items in the month of December alone, and we have placed 6,529 items on hold. Want to share with you that we are preparing to have a documentary next month, which is Black History Month. And we have a documentary called Black Men in White Coats. And we have Dr. Dale Okorodudu. He has written 3 books called Doc to Doc. And he will also be on hand speaking to us after the documentary. What they are saying is that less Black men apply to medical schools in 2014 than in 1978. And Black men have the lowest life expectancies in the United States, with only 2% of American doctors being Black. And this comes as no surprise. So this documentary dissects the systematic barriers preventing Black men from becoming medical doctors and the consequences on society at large. So this doctor and a few of his friends will be discussing what they are doing to become mentors for our young people, and they want to be able to encourage young kids and parents in order to help them and steer them in that direction. So that'll look forward to this documentary the end of February, but we'll let you know exactly what date. It will be between the 22nd and the 25th. And tomorrow we'll be able to know what date they will be doing that. So look forward to see that. The next, obviously, I spoke to you about CAS. We could only have 350 people sign up for this talk, but it's just getting out of reach and bounds. People are just calling in to see whether we can expand this. We've expanded to 1,000 people now, but there's almost 500 people on the waiting list. So we're working on getting a bigger either webcast or something so that we could hold this. Otherwise, we'll have to go and sign up for another year on a bigger scale to accommodate people. But it is a lot of people are calling in and wanting to be on the waiting list. So we're looking forward to have a fantastic virtual author talk with Isabel Wilkerson on February 18th at 7 p.m. I have quite a few patent comments for you to read. I'm not going to go through any of them tonight, and at your time, you can read what the people are saying about the libraries. The teachers and librarians are actually now calling our libraries for kits to help them in with lessons and stuff, which is a good thing because it's just keeping our staff very busy, and we appreciate it, and we are really enjoying doing this. I've sent you a link that's about I think 14 minutes long, just showing you what our staff was doing with the Star Lab at the Mr. and Mrs. Ethel Schlegel Library, because the kids cannot enter the library and enjoy the Star Lab per se. So they are taking the Star Lab in lessons, to the schools and sharing with teachers. So it's same old at the libraries, and hopefully we're doing a good job, and we'll be doing better this next year as well. Thank you
so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levers. Thank you, Dr. Miguel. So we'll move on with any questions from board members? I'm sorry, before we move forward for Ms. Levers. Okay, thank you. Moving on with the agenda. So first up, we have invited Mr. James Guerra with JG Consulting and his team. I believe I saw a couple of his team members on earlier regarding our superintendent search. So as mentioned, we hosted a series of town hall meetings last week for community input. We also have a survey that is live on our website for folks to submit their responses regarding our superintendent search. But it's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Guerra. It looks like Patricia Linares is with us. I'm not sure if Mr. Alton Frazier is with us or not. But just want to say welcome and thank you for being here, and looking forward to your update.
Terrific. Thank you, Board President Lopez. And it's good to see all of you again. For those that I had the pleasure of meeting last week during my visit to KCK, thanks again for your tremendous hospitality. You guys are amazing. So you set the bar really high. So just so you know, I enjoyed my time in KCK. So you are correct. Both of my colleagues are here with us this evening, Mr. Alton Fraley and Dr. Patricia Linares. So thanks for having us. We will keep our comments brief and answer any questions that you may have with regard to the brief update. But again, in the spirit of thanking everyone, again, I want to acknowledge Board Recognition Month. So big thanks to all of you that are serving KCK Public Schools as your elected board members. Not lost on us how much effort and the tireless energy you put into this school system each and every day. So you should have hopefully received some of the generic milestones that we provided by way of email. And if you have not, what I'd like to do at this time, if there are no questions, I'd like to just go through our recommendation in terms of the timeline, the expectations, and those major milestones. And then as a follow-up, I will continue to work with Mr. Birch's office and Miss Leslie Smith to update the webpage so that way your constituents, the staff, the community members can have something to reflect upon in terms of the expectations of the superintendent search. So if I may, if you see me looking away or looking down, I'm going to reference my email and then the expectations that we've suggested for everyone. So bear with me one second while I pull that up. right, give me one moment. I'm just grabbing that right now. For some reason, it went away. All right. So the first order of business is that we would like to recommend and submit for your consideration this evening that we schedule a follow-up meeting to review the summary report, which is the all-encompassing feedback report from the various stakeholder meetings that we've had to this point and here and then over the course of the next several days. So the summary report is a synopsis. It's the overview of all of the community input that we've received, including disaggregated data from the online survey that is available for public reference. So that meeting will also include a review of the leadership profile, which is synonymous with the job description. So the leadership profile will be in draft form, and we'll welcome your input, your feedback, and you can help us revise or edit any of the verbiage and language in that leadership profile. So according to plan, we'd like to submit two options, that we either meet the week of January the 18th, if possible, or the week of January the 25th. And this particular meeting generally takes anywhere from an hour to an hour and a half. So at your discretion, I open it up for the Board of Education to determine what day and what week would be most appropriate for us to visit with you virtually to review the summary report and the leadership profile.
Thank you, James. So, and just for clarification for my fellow board members, so James is asking for an additional special meeting the week of the 18th or the 25th to review this summary report, which they will take into consideration as they put together the leadership profile. So it's a really important meeting for us to, I'd love to find a time when all 7 of us can be present to give our feedback. Obviously, we can always give feedback via email or call James as well, James and his team. But do we have a preference on a week we would like to? Next week, we have a special board meeting with KASB, but we can find another date and time to meet. We do have a board meeting on the 26th, but the preference would be to host a meeting outside of the regular board meeting, since this will take about an hour to an hour and a half.
Randy, I was recommending, since we already have a meeting scheduled with KASB, could we possibly meet after that meeting?
It could make for, I'm open to that. If others are, it could potentially make a long meeting. I know with KASB, we're supposed to meet at 3 o'clock next Tuesday. And that typically is scheduled for about an hour and a half. We could take a short break and then reconvene with Mr. Guerra and his team, if that works.
Before it, either before or after, because I've already kind of taken off that time, so I would be available.
I see Maxine gave a thumbs up. Miss Page, you look like you're about to say something.
I was going to say, could we meet on the 22nd or the 29th?
At 3:30, are you giving a time or just?
Well, I'm saying the 22nd, 29th, and I know at least 3 of you have to work. So it would definitely have to be 3:30 or after. And he said an hour and a half. So if it could be from 3:30 to 5 on the 22nd or the 29th, preferably the 22nd, because if they already have the data, let's look at it and so we can move on and keep things going.
My time is flexible, so whatever those of you who have to work choose, I'm in favor of it.
The 22nd works for me as well at 3:30. Ms. Humphries, Dr. Yeager, Dr. Mann, Ms. Clark.
22nd works for me fine at 3:30.
I'm looking at, yeah, I can do the 22nd as well. I did hear Dr. Yeager's recommendation about the 19th. That earlier would be hard for me. But
I like the 22nd at 3 or 3:30.
Could we get it added to our calendars so that we can, just like the KASB, if it's on our calendar, it's kind of easier for us to be able to see it in the glance.
Absolutely. So it sounds like consensus, January 22nd at 3:30. James, does that work for you and your team?
Yes, sir. We'll make it work. So we have grown. So I see thumbs up from both Dr. Leonatus and Mr. Fraley. So we're all set. I've got that date down. All right. Next recommendation we'd like to offer for consideration would be, forgive me, I am going back and forth between notes and toggling through my emails. Okay. So after the 22nd, the very next day, if we all come to an agreement with regard to the leadership profile, so in other words, if the will of the board says, okay, let's make some subtle changes to the leadership profile, our team can do that in real time that day. And what we would like to do is publish the advertisements and release the application for public consumption for candidates the very next day. So with your blessing tonight, we'd like to have that tentative plan be to release and open the application the following day, which would be January the 23rd.
Ms. Guerrero, we would have approved everything on the 22nd. Is that what you're saying?
So yes, ma'am. So what will naturally occur if there's any changes needed for the leadership profile, we can do the major edits and the revisions together. So I'll have the profile up, and then we'll make the changes that night. I can share them as soon as we're done with Board President Lopez and Board Council, just for one quick last review to ensure that we didn't miss anything. And then as soon as we get the final approval, we will literally have it posted on all of our major networks, our website, the very next day. And that would be opening the application on January the 23rd.
Okay, thank you.
So do we need a motion to do that at this time, or do?
No, I just want to discuss so I should back up and say that many of the items that we're discussing in terms of the timeline can be written in pencil. So if we need to revise or amend our timeline, we certainly can. I want to put out to the community and share with all of you that these are the expectations. These are our recommendations as best practice, but they can certainly be written in pencil. So if the 23rd isn't an appropriate date, we can modify the schedule. But for now, I'd just like to create a roadmap so we have a destination and we know where we're going forward. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good questions. Okay, so January 23rd would be the potential date that we could open. For us, our best practice is to have the application remain open for a period of 30 days. And that also includes the time that our team will recruit, screen, and vet each and every candidate that we get to apply. Also inclusive with that same process is to record and video the candidates. So if you recall the on-demand interview component, the candidates will be required to submit their on-demand interview. Myself, Dr. Leonatus, and Mr. Fraley will review each of the candidate videos. And so that's also a part of that 30-day window. And so our suggestion and recommendation for the Board of Education tonight is to tentatively, again, written in pencil, tentatively close the application portal February the 22nd. Any comments or feedback with regard to that plan?
I know that's on a Monday. Is it possible to possibly extend it to give a full breadth of time to maybe like a Wednesday or a Friday?
You're talking about the closing date? I'm sorry.
Yes, the closing date.
So that would be a period of 30 days. That's our standard practice. So they have a full 30-day window you can submit as soon as it opens day one. The primary goal is to also get them to submit the on-demand interviews during that 30-day window. So if we extend it, it'll just extend by, it'll be 33 days or 32 days. So if you want it a longer period of application portal being open, that's perfectly fine. But I'll defer to your colleagues on the board. Whatever you feel is best, we'll work around your suggestions.
I would suggest maybe, why don't we tentatively look at that 22nd date as we get closer. Mr. Guerra and his team will continue to update us in terms of number of applicants and where we are with the application pool. And if we think, hey, we want to keep this open an extra week, then we cross that bridge at that time at a board meeting. But for now, I think that sounds fair.
Yeah.
I would agree, Randy.
I would
That was
too.
my concern as well.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine. And again, all written in pencil. So with that spirit in mind, this next recommendation may not follow suit. Our original recommendation was to present the talent pool to the Board of Education, all of the candidate materials, the artifacts that we receive that are required in the application packets, plus the on-demand interviews the first week of March. So the week of March 1st, we were suggesting and hoping to meet with you again, whether it's a special board meeting or a previously scheduled meeting, to review the candidates. And so those meetings take place in executive session because it is a confidential search. So as a reminder, that's a private meeting, and that particular meeting can range anywhere from 4 hours to 6 hours, depending on the depth of the candidates, the number of questions that will be asked of the candidates that you have for us as your search firm. So just want to also add that caveat. It's a lengthier meeting, because we will review each and every candidate with you, show the videos, provide you with all the materials, and we'll welcome your input and questions by way of each candidate. So the week of March 1st was our original suggestion, but we can aim for a different week, or we can even tentatively just say to be determined at this point.
Yeah, I would maybe just suggest, why don't we keep that as a tentative, like you said, penciled in. If as we approach the date, we want to push that back by a few days or a week, then we can. But I think it gives us a nice target, at least in my opinion. It gives us a target to work with, and then we can meet it.
Why don't we look at Saturday, March 6th? Since you're talking about a 6 to 7 hour time period, that's going to be hard to do that on a weekday for people who work. Could we pencil in that date, March 6th? Is that?
I think that'll work.
I know the first Friday, gets my calendar, but the first Friday, the first weekend is very difficult because I have a lot of reports due at the beginning of the month.
You can't do a Saturday at all?
I would like to avoid a first Saturday, but if need be, I could do a Friday, a full Friday. I would just have to schedule accordingly, like the 12th possibly. But I could not do the 6th.
Okay, the 5th, would you have to, for those who work, and I want to respect that, is it possible you could start at 1 or get off early, or is that a bad thing? I'm just asking.
I'm clueless right now as far as the legislative session. We could
we just tentatively put it for now until we get a little closer?
I think we need to at least target a date.
Yeah.
The second week will work better.
Because of the fact that we're getting ready to close schools because spring break is coming up. So we want to make sure that we don't put a lot on ourselves. And so looking at the calendar in itself for us to pick a date. I don't agree with Janie of you doing a Saturday. And if the first Saturday doesn't work for you, Dr. Yeager, then pushing it to the 13th would be too much. But I think we need a full day to be able to commit to doing what we need to do for our superintendent search.
What about the 27th?
Of March?
No, February.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
February 27th. That's not the first Saturday.
Okay.
Would that be too soon, James?
You're on mute.
James, you're muted. There you go.
Yeah, sorry, I was typing and
Yeah.
writing.
Sorry.
No, no, it's okay. So, I mean, that's any of that's doable. So I just want to make sure that, the majority, we want this to be a team effort. So if the will of the board chooses that date, then we can tentatively hold that, or we can just pencil that in right now.
Yolanda, would the 27th work for you?
The 27th is hit and miss for me. I have something right in the middle of the day. So that's where it's hit and miss for me.
Okay.
I think the second week in March looks fine for me. I could even do Friday the 12th.
I'd like to stay away from weekdays for people who work, though. If we can do a Saturday, that's worked well last time when we did it on a Saturday. So we can
off limits. I know
Sunday's not off limits for me, but for other people it might be.
I realize that we all have lives.
Yeah.
I get that. But in fairness, if we want to get this out, that we can announce by May, that first week in March, everybody's gonna have to be a little flexible. What can we do?
Would Sunday the 7th work for folks? If we looked at a Sunday, I know it's not ideal, but
I can do the 6th, the 7th. I mean, what did I tell you? Whatever day that was, I said is a little bit sketchy for me. I do appreciate when we do later meetings or when we do them on Saturday. I know they don't work for all, but I appreciate that. I do make other times work though.
Okay, the 6th or the 7th, Stacy?
Yeah.
Can you do?
Like I said, the first Saturday would not work. If it's the week after, it would work. Even if it's at 3:30 or later,
What about the Sunday?
Yeah.
I really would not prefer to work on a Sunday.
But we gotta make some adjustments. Now we're compromising.
How about Monday at 3:30?
You're going to be there till midnight.
We could do a Monday and a Tuesday. Could we do a Monday and Tuesday?
I'd prefer to do it all one day.
May I intervene and just offer a second, potential backup plan? Please. So what if we had 2 consecutive days where we split up, let's say perhaps we did 3 hours on a Monday, and I'm just picking a day of the week, so don't mind the weekdays, but we did 3 hours, set aside 3 hours for a Monday, and then if need be, we have the following Tuesday, 3 hours just to return. So that way we can accommodate everyone's schedules and work around the busy work days. So that's just food for thought. So not married to that either, just a contingency plan, if you will.
Yeah, that will work for me.
Go ahead, Dr. Wynn.
I have K-12 budget in Monday, daily from 3:30 to 5. And I'm in Topeka. So I can still do things by Zoom, but they never work on Friday evening unless it's special session or something. So if we're looking at the 5th, then an afternoon after maybe 3:30, I could work it. But a Monday through Thursday, I couldn't work it.
Yeah, I have a suggestion. James, could we get back with you on this Friday with the date?
Yeah, and we're in no rush. It's just I'd like to start thinking about the forward planning. This is good to start talking about the timeline because it's all with the end goal in mind of identifying your superintendent and your loan finalists. So candidates are chomping at the bit. So, we want to get the word out and start advertising, planning, doing what we do best by way of recruitment. So,
yeah, if you could give us a couple of days for us all to circulate a little memo around to work out our dates and get back with you by Friday.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. No problem.
Because we do need to get this on our calendar so that we all can get our schedules synced.
I could even be on board for doing like a 3 or 3:30, like on a Friday or a weekday, and then continuing like a Saturday, so that there's not 2 consecutive days. Everyone's job is different, and so to take 2 days off like that at 3 o'clock is a little bit different for me. I can do it, but I mean, we all have different responsibilities.
Yeah.
Tentatively, can we just agree that it would be Friday and Saturday if we split it?
That would work for me, 100%.
Starting around 5 o'clock, putting in 3 hours, come in on Saturday, select the time, 3 hours, and then we'll be done.
And Ms. Drew, if we needed to do earlier on a Friday, I could even do that. And I heard Dr. Wynn say she could do that. I just prefer not to take like a Monday and Tuesday at 3 o'clock and both days consecutively. I'm out of the office like that. So I could definitely do that.
So, okay, so we get back with James on Friday with a good time. Would that work?
That works. That's great. Thank you all.
Okay.
Okay, terrific. Yeah, thank you for that. Very helpful. And the final statement with regard to just expectations was really around planning for the first round of interviews. But I think at this time, since we're still processing the presentation of candidates and defining those dates, let's put that on pause for now until we have these other milestones reached and those goals are accomplished. If it's okay, if the will of the board this evening would indulge us, and we'll just wait until we get a little bit closer to that stage in the process, I think that would be appropriate.
Okay.
That's good.
All right. Well, that's our update. You know, we're making tremendous strides and progress. Let's keep the positive momentum going. We have quite a bit of interest, even without having the application open. So we'll continue to do our part, speak with candidates. We'll continue to engage the community. Alton and Pat have been working incredibly hard alongside me. As Alton likes to say, he's a recovering superintendent, and those words couldn't be truer today because I'm working these guys pretty hard. So I want to thank my team for their tireless energy and work ethic, because it's 24/7 nonstop with virtual Zoom meetings, other engagement activities that we have. So thank you to my team here publicly. Just want to acknowledge your efforts.
Thank you, James.
Thank you, Patricia and Alton, for all the hard work. I'll open for a couple of quick questions from board members, but before I do, I'm going to put James on the spot and just state that publicly he acknowledged, for those that didn't watch the town hall meeting, he publicly acknowledged that Kansas City barbecue is 100% better than Texas barbecue. So,
yes, he did.
I did. No denying that.
Out loud for those that didn't catch it. So any questions for James? And
I have a question. Have you lost your mind?
Yeah, maybe I did.
I think he has just challenged us to go to Kansas City and try it.
It's good. It's really good. I was really impressed. But the hospitality that was shown to me during my visit by everyone that I met, not only staff, but just other stakeholders, your constituents, man, terrific people. But I will say, although your barbecue is good, just don't forget where your Kansas City quarterback came from. The Texans. We produce the best quarterbacks in the NFL. So just know that.
You've been sitting on that one, James. You've been sitting on that one.
Hey, yeah, I've got it. I mean, we've got quite a few, you know, in the playoffs right now that represent our home state. Just saying, y'all got good barbecue. We got good football players.
Any questions for James or his team from any board members before we move on?
Well, Randy, I don't have a question for James and team. Thank you very much for your work. But Randy, at some time, the board needs to look at the contract, other provisions for the superintendent before we get too far, so that when James' team is ready to go, we're not scrambling like we didn't mean that sentence in the contract.
Thank you, Dr. Wynn. Absolutely. And I believe Mr. Guerra can help us walk through that. But yeah, absolutely, we need to have a session and look at the contract and make sure that we're all comfortable with what's in there. And that's part of the process. So thank you.
And may I ask and request on behalf of the team, the previous contract that you had for Dr. Faust, can we take a look at that just to go through with the fine-tooth comb and see if there's any discrepancies or areas that perhaps should be revisited? Is that something we can do?
Yes, we can get you, it's a public document, so
Okay.
I'll work with Ms. Smith to get that for you.
Okay.
And my suggestion to Mr. Lopez, was for each board member likewise to look at it in case there were changes that we wanted to suggest reviewing, considering before James and team put it out there.
Absolutely, absolutely. That is available on in our board library. So, but I'll make sure we recirculate that to everybody.
Perfect.
All right. Anything else, James?
No, it's great. Enjoyed the discussion tonight. Appreciate the thorough deliberation on the schedule. I'll await your feedback and comments on some of these potential dates, and I'll work with Mr. Birch and Ms. Smith on updating the website. So I think what I'll do, rather than overworking them, is we'll wait until we have the update with the other potential dates, and then we'll do the updates on the webpage all at one time. So that'll take place this week. So as a board and community who is participating tonight, other staff, you can expect to have the webpage updated as soon as we have some clarity around the other dates.
Great. Thank you, James. Well, board members, if you have additional questions or need more information, you can always reach out to James and his team directly, or contact myself and Ms. Page, and we can get with James to get any answers to your questions. But again, thank you to your team. Thank you for coming out to Kansas City and helping host these sessions, and for the work that you all are doing. We're excited about this continued progress.
Absolutely. Thank you all.
Very
Be
nice.
safe tonight.
Bye.
Stay warm.
Have a good night. Thank you.
All right. Take care. Goodbye.
All right. Thank you, board. Ms. Smith, we'll connect to try to get those dates together and everything we just discussed. So thank you. Okay, moving on with our agenda. And thank you, board members. I know it's a lot of time, and I know we're asking a lot of each of you, and we all do have crazy schedules and busy schedules. So I do appreciate your flexibility and willingness to work overtime and above and beyond. I know it's a lot we're asking of you, but we want to get through this and do it well. So I appreciate your flexibility. Okay. So next on our agenda, we've invited a couple of guests. We have with us Ms. Dioselin Tott and Ms. Judy Ansel, who are here to present on safe and welcoming. I apologize, we're running a little bit behind schedule, Ms. Tott and Ms. Ansel, but we really appreciate you being with us and hanging in there. So welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you for the time that is being allowed today for us to present on Safe and Welcoming. My name is Dioselin Tott, and I am here to represent the Safe and Welcoming Coalition, as well with Judy Ansel, who is going to be assisting me during the Q&A portion. I'm sorry about that. All right, I'll just share my screen real quick. So Safe and Welcoming Wyandotte. The Safe and Welcoming Wyandotte is it's a step forward for the community to feel welcome and valued. Wyandotte County is the most diverse in Kansas City metro area. We're the most diverse city in the state and even in the nation. And therefore, with the ordinance, we're asking for two things, which is providing a municipal ID and an ICE non-compliance, which we hope it will increase safety, access to resources, encourage effective law enforcement, and boost participation and build connections among our residents. So what is a municipal ID? It's just a form of identification issued by the city or county government that can be used to prove a person's identity within the county limits. And it could give access to services. This could be picking up prescriptions, accessing to healthcare, bank accounts, and much more. The ICE non-compliance resolution will affirm local law enforcement will not take on frontline immigration enforcement, which it would just mean that it would clarify the local government relationship, its department, and it will not participate in reporting and investigating immigration status unless they have a judicial warrant. So as I've told you what safe and welcoming is, I will tell you what it is not as well. Within the municipal ID, when it is provided, this will not give driving privileges. It will not replace a state ID. It will not be federally issued identification either, and it will not give anybody the right to vote. And within the ICE non-compliance, some of the things that we want to take into consideration that it will not disqualify us from any state funding, and it will not limit criminal investigation. As mentioned before, we want to make sure that they have a judicial warrant to make sure that when they are looking for this investigation, those protocols are set forward. Why this is important? It is important because at least 1 in 5 of our residents in Wyandotte County struggle to have an ID, which therefore hinders the access to different resources, and it also excludes from becoming a full member of the community as well. On the side, you'll see that there are a couple of different numbers of the populations who are vulnerable and who are most likely not have access to getting an ID as easy as other populations would have. Why would the ICE non-compliance would be essential for this? It would be because it would eliminate the risk of large fines for illegal detaining and ICE behest. It will clarify acceptable parameters for interaction with ICE, and it will stop the deportation of hundreds of people that otherwise have not committed any crimes, and it will cause family separation, leaving children with no support. And this graph shows all the different detainers that have happened, and some of these could be a person got stopped because they didn't stop 3 seconds on a stop sign. And therefore, there's a whole ripple effect of the detention center, and then for a family member can get deported. And that's why we're trying to make sure that this clause is in there to not increase that separation of families. The benefits that our students will have, it would be multiple. Here on the side, I put in what are the difficult things to get into without an ID. And this is what we're hoping that would be bridged with the municipal ID and the ICE non-compliance within the Safe and Welcoming Ordinance. Some of the benefits that we hope that would come out would be the security for all, that parents will feel safer and there would be more engagement. And it would help families' financial development as well, because it would construct a lot of different bridges for different resources. It would build a positive relationship with the police, because we know this would give somewhat of empowerment for individuals to come forth and report crimes or other things that may have happened and they have been witness of. And they can identify themselves without fear. And also it can facilitate college applications and enrollment. Why the board should support? The board is a strong advocate in our community, and they're a strong advocate for our students. And we just want to ask to continue that great work that you guys already are doing and expand it out to the community, which is a social determinant within this kids' and students' life. And there is a greater security and less worry when these can be implemented, and it can help with the dropout rate. Immigrant students would be more likely to stay in school and focus more in college processes if these gaps are bridged. Also, again, being the most diverse community in Wyandotte County also reflects the younger generations that are rising, and the increase in our student body and the increase of these needs within their family members as well. And again, just creating that greater trust with the police force and making sure that they have no fear into coming forward. So our ask is to please give us a public support for Safe and Welcoming Wyandotte. The reason why I am asking for support is because I was one of the students once that went through all these processes in the District 500. I had to figure out what that meant when I couldn't have an ID, when everybody was getting the driver's license. I didn't understand what that would look into my college process. And at the age of 16, I was trying to figure out a whole system that was supposed to be helping me out, but in reality, there was a lot of limitations. This would help a lot. Again, in personal experience, I know that there was a lot going through my mind at that moment, that these things, these simple changes that can be supported can help students be more empowered, can help students say, you know what, there is a possibility, there is hope, there is some type of pathway to be able to get to the next level of college, to get to the next level of education that they want or career path. Alongside within families, it's just feeling that security. I could think of filling out the FAFSA and not knowing how to navigate that with my parents. And again, this would bring forth a lot of different things that we know it's happening and can bring in communication, can bring in discussions, and can also show a way that we are welcoming everybody in here. And we do want to hear everybody's voices, and we do want to see everybody expand out. There's so many different individuals who go through so many different scenarios where this can be of help. Again, if it's not them, it may be their family members, and this can take a load off from everything that they're already going through. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to me, and we are open for any questions, and Judy will be helping me out as well.
Before we jump to questions, I do just want to say welcome back, Ms. Tott. You are an alumni of our district, and we are, as a district, are very proud of you and all of your accomplishments. So thank you for joining us tonight. Ms. Ansel, same. We're very proud of you and all that you've done, continue to do in our community. So proud graduate of Sumner Academy. So great to have you with us. So any questions from board members again?
If I may, can I just add a little bit? I live in Argentine, and I've been a member of the Safe and Welcoming Coalition since 2017 when we began. We've been working on this a long time. We are now beginning to see the end of the road with passage by the unified government. And we really feel strongly that the support of the school board would really help us out, because we really think that this is something that is beneficial for the entire community, and you represent an important part of that community. As an adopted grandparents of an immigrant family, I've watched the children struggle to adapt to our new school system, and I know that they don't feel like they belong. They feel marginalized in many ways. There's a lot of fear in our community, and whatever we can do to try to diminish that fear, I think is good for all of us. And obviously we need much more as far as immigration reform is concerned, but this is a small step to make our community a real model around the Midwest. So I really urge you to pass this. Thank you.
Ms. Ansel, any questions from board members?
Yeah, this is Wanda Brownlee Page. I had a question in regard to colleges. Have the local colleges back you guys? Have they said that they will accept that particular ID? Like K-State, KU, the Kansas City, Kansas Community College, Donley. I'm just the Metropolitan at UMKC, because we know it's for this area. But would they have to go to school in this area, and do the area colleges, are they backing you? Maybe I missed that, but that was just a concern I had.
I will start answering, but also will welcome Judy to add on anything that I may be missing. I know several of our supporters are some that are in the education field. That includes KCKPS, and we have been in talks with Donnelly. As far as KU and UMKC, I'm not quite sure to what extent we have communicated with them, but just speaking in my experience, getting to those colleges, it's very hard to go through all that systems and hoops, and it is already a limited list of colleges and universities that students can go to. But again, this would just be another form of encouraging students to continue that pathway, because that's the messages that we hear. We hear that we don't have any options. And that's what we want to be able to provide through the municipality and the Safe and Welcoming Ordinance, give options to the students. Because right now, some of them believe that they don't have any at all.
Well, no, I was just asking. I didn't know if they were supporting you.
Not yet. But we want to get that imprimatur of the unified government saying they recognize this ID, they approve of how we are going to ask people to validate who they are. And then when we get that, we feel like we can go to many other institutions and ask them the same thing.
I have a question. What policies or procedures do we already have in place for something like this?
So, do you mean within our district, Ms. Drew?
Yes.
Okay. So I do know that within our district, we do require some sort of ID for enrollment for different students, and so that is something that I believe our student services department looks at to find what are different acceptable types of ID. I believe Mr. Goheen was looking into that, and again, because it's not an ordinance that's in place yet, it's nothing that we would have to say as a district that we are adopting to say, yes, we will accept a municipal ID, since it technically hasn't been, it's not an ordinance or provided by the UG yet. But it is something that I do know students, as Jocelyn mentioned, we do have some.
Is it going to be a cost to us?
No.
No.
No, that as I understand it, what they're wanting to do ultimately is get the unified government to adopt an ordinance that would take these things into account. And then what would happen is once the unified government adopts that ordinance, if they do, for the municipal ID, then that would be a governmental ID that the school district could accept. And the only issue we would have from a legal standpoint is there are certain statutory requirements we have that relate to enrollment requirements. As long as what the UG adopts in their ordinance complies with that, we could accept the ID. And that's generally what we concluded back in 2017 when we first looked at this. So I think if the UG goes forward and adopts a municipal ID ordinance, and as long as that ID ordinance complies with the state requirements for IDs, for purposes of enrollment and things like that, we could certainly accept it.
And the ID would verify residence.
Yeah.
So Greg, would you clarify if we support this motion, would it help to have do you think it would help this organization with the unified government's decision, or would this help benefit our students? So even though like we don't have official action, but just supporting this, will this help benefit our district?
Yeah, I mean, you got a couple different pieces of the puzzle here. We certainly have a lot of families in our district that, for example, on the ID piece, that don't have ID, and it would be helpful from our perspective if they had ID that we could rely on as a school district. Again, as long as it meets the requirements we need, that would be a helpful thing for us. So, I don't think there's anything for us to. It's not like there's a resolution or an adoption or something that we would be adopting as policy or anything tonight, because there's nothing for us to accept that the UG has already approved or put into place. But we certainly could show support for an initiative along these lines if that's what the board wants to do. Does that make sense, Dr. Yeager?
Yes. And so, Randy, is there a question of you want us to show our support, or what is the request for tonight?
Yeah, so the request is for us to publicly, as a Board of Education, to publicly support the Safe and Welcoming Wyandotte. So that's in front of the board.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there further discussion or questions? If not, I would ask Ms. Smith to do a roll call again, just to specify the motion is that the Board of Education will publicly support the Safe and Welcoming Wyandotte ordinance. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries.
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
And Dr. Yeager.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Scott. Thank you so much, Ms. Ansel, for being with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, board, for supporting this. We appreciate it a lot.
Thank you. It's a big help.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. The next item is the recommendation that the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education accept the audited financial statements for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020, as submitted by Dennis Covington, Tracy Kaiser, and Brad Isner. And
We can't hear you, Dennis.
You're muted.
Yeah, I think he's having trouble with the laptop. Tracy, are you here?
I am. Thank you and good evening. We do have Jonathan Nyberger here from AGH to present the audit results.
Hello, can everybody hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Well, thank you for having me this evening and good evening. I'm Jonathan Nyberger and I was the officer in charge of the 2020 audit for the school district this year. I plan to briefly go through and discuss our letters that we presented and then answer any questions that you may have. Audit standards require that we communicate certain items to the governing body, all of you, to keep you informed about matters related to the audit. The first item that I'll go through tonight is a separate letter that we issued to the board and addresses these required communications. I don't plan to go through every detailed item in the letter, but just hit a few key pieces. Some of the ones that I wanted to bring to your attention were at the bottom of the first page and discusses that the financial statements presented by the district are using the Kansas regulatory basis of accounting, and that there were no significant changes in accounting standards that the district adopted this year. On the second page, we noted that we did not identify any unusual transactions during our audit. And we also noted that we were not aware of any uncorrected misstatements contained in the financial statements. Then finally, on the third page, there were several recommendations that we noted as a result of our audit, but we would consider these the lowest severity. There's the highest severity, which would be a material weakness, followed by a middle level of significant deficiency, and then a control recommendation. We consider all of these control recommendations at the lowest level. Ultimately, the goals for our audit include ensuring compliance with laws and regulations, that the internal controls are in place and functioning effectively at the district, and that the financial statements accurately reflect the books and records for the entity. And I'm happy to report that these all are true for the school district and that we did not discover any material deficiencies during our audit this year. Next, then, I wanted to briefly go through the financial statement and address a couple of our letters within there. The first is our auditor's report. And the auditor's report includes standards that we use for the audit, but most importantly, usually what everybody likes to hear is the opinion that we issued on the financial statements. Our opinion can be found in the third paragraph on the second page, and we issued an unmodified opinion, which is the highest and best opinion the district can receive. And I feel that that speaks very highly on the financial management of the school district. Then the last part I wanted to address in the financial statements is the district's schedule of expenditures of federal awards. And this begins on page 43 of the financial statements. Since the district expended more than $750,000 in federal awards, the district is required to receive a special audit over those expenditures. As auditors, we perform what is called a single audit over each one of those grants that are material and meet certain qualifications. And so we perform a single audit over the expenditures to ensure their compliance with the grants requirements. For the fiscal year 2020, the grants we audited were Title I, English Language Acquisition, and Head Start. Our letter on internal controls then begins on page 47, and our letter on compliance for each of the program's requirements begins on page 49. And again, I'm happy to report that we did not have any findings that we noted in either of these letters. So in closing tonight, I would like to thank all of the district staff that we work with this year. for all of their assistance and cooperation. A first-year audit is always a lot of work and a huge undertaking for district staff, but especially since this was our first year auditing the district, there's some additional work that goes into that. So I would like to thank Dennis, Tracy, Brad, and all of their staff that we worked with this year. They were extremely helpful during the audit. So thank you for your time this evening, and I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Covington, Ms. Kaiser, Mr. Nyberger for presenting tonight. Any questions from board members, please?
I would like to thank you for giving us a hard copy of this at our house. Sometimes financial statements can be difficult to read online, but I appreciate getting it at my door, even though I didn't expect it. And it was clearly written, and I was able to read through it seamlessly. So I appreciate the clear language listed and you walking us through it. So thank you.
Yeah, shout out to Brad. Thanks for knocking at my door.
Yeah, that was all Brad.
This is Wanda Brownlee Page. I thank you again, but can we get it a little earlier than the date? We got it yesterday. And if we could have got it a little sooner, I know we had other documents, but give you more time to really look at it.
We do regret that we didn't have those sooner. That's why I made the trip out to make sure that you got them in person before the meeting. It was kind of assumed, and it's typical for other districts, that just an electronic copy is distributed, but we know just based on history that you prefer paper copies of some types of documents. So we'll try to get those sooner next time, but apologize for any inconvenience this time.
Okay, thank you. But I'm just saying if we could get it a little sooner, that's all. Just give me more than a day. And I know we already had other data, and I'm a dinosaur. I like to put my hands on it, and I appreciate it.
I'd just like to say thank you to Mr. Covington, Tracy, and Mr. Eisner very much for doing the work that you have done to make sure that everything is the way it has been done. And Mr. Jonathan, I thank you for your presentation. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you so much to the financial team. Very proud of the work you've done. I'm very happy to hear that they were all positive feedback. Thank you.
Do we need any action on this, Dr. Miguel, to formally accept or approve the audit as presented?
I think we're asking that you accept the report.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries.
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez.
B. Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
And Dr. Yeager.
Yes, and again, thank you, Dennis, for you and your staff doing an awesome job and giving us very high remarks. So thank you so much for your hard work.
Thank you, everybody.
The next item, we ask that the Kansas City Board of Education approve a resolution of appointment to the position of Board of Directors to the Kansas City, Kansas School Foundation for Excellence as submitted by Crystal Watson, Executive Director. So please, Crystal, if you would present this to the board.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Miguel. Good evening, Board of Ed. I am presenting to you our new members for 2021. You should have that in your board packet. I will attempt to show this to you. And you should have that list. The list includes Matt Cruel. He's with CBIZ, Edgar Palacios with Latinx Education Collaborative, Dejan Slaughter with Turner Construction, and Eric Wilkinson of Kaufman Scholars. So that is the first item I'd like for you all to approve tonight. And then I'll also give you a quick update on what we are doing with the foundation. It's kind of a normal update in terms of how many funds we've distributed this year or last year for 2020 of the grant funds received to provide assistance to our McKinney-Vento families with the use of utility, rent, internet.
Like she froze up on us.
Yes.
Okay.
Crystal, if you can hear us, do you
Let's
want
see
to close your video?
Is it showing?
There you are. You froze up on us.
Presentation is showing, but you froze. So if you
Oh,
shut down your video, and then that may be a cure.
okay. Let me get, well, that means I have to come out. So let me do that for you guys.
I think I can stop your video. There you go.
Can you stop my video? Thank
Yes,
you.
yes. Uh-huh.
All right. I'll go back to new share.
You were on the yellow one on slide 2.
Okay. Thank you so much.
There.
Okay. Is that better, everybody?
Yes.
Okay. So now the distribution again is 17,000, and that should be in your board packet. So you should have a copy of this presentation. So just to give you a year in review, we've gotten a lot accomplished in this 1 year. Woo! Building an infrastructure and making it known to the community that the foundation is back on track. 30 years of being on track. So we had a successful kickoff, as you know, back in November with the meet and greet. We've created a case statement, which was a brochure booklet that we distributed at the end of last year. We have increased our brand and social media presence. So we've got Facebook, we've got Instagram, and of course, we have our new website. We have recruited a total of 11 additional experienced board members. And after tonight, that will be complete after your approval. We created a new website and donor system platform. So next year will be, students will be able to apply for scholarships on our new database, as well as a donor system database that has never been implemented before in the foundation. And it's also connected to our website. We have established new partnerships. Lean Lab, OmniLife, and ULead are all for-profit and nonprofit organizations that have contributed to either grants we've received or new upcoming projects that we are working on that we're going to share with you later. We've developed a new scholarship awards, and that was the information about the grants. And next year, we will provide grants, teacher grants, and community enrichment grants. So those will come out in 2021. We did do the I Believe campaign that was released last year. We relaunched the annual State of the District address in October, and Dr. Miguel did a fabulous job in introducing herself and giving the community an update on where we were as the district. We have awarded 3 out of 6 grants submitted, so we're very proud of that. We did the Reasons to Believe virtual event, and you all had an opportunity to witness that. And by the end of this month, you all will receive a copy of our annual report. And that annual report hasn't been done in I don't know how long. So we're really excited that that's going to come out at the end of this month. And then coming soon is the virtual reality pilot. So board, many of you have had an opportunity to get a demonstration and get some in-depth information about a pilot program that has been funded by a wonderful donor. And there are only 3 of you left that I need to schedule. So you will get an email from me after today so that we can get you on board with that demonstration. So you'll have plenty of information prior to a full presentation that myself and one of our principals, Kenise Salinas, will present to you all at your January 26th meeting. So that is my update. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. It's your presentation, your video is part of your presentation, so I'm sad we had to take your video off as you presented. So, but thank you for the presentation. Any questions from board members?
No, I would like to make a motion that we accept the report for the new board members or approve what she is asking for the board members.
I second it.
Board members.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Ms. Smith, roll call vote, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Welcome new board members. Randy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brown Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
and Dr. Yeager.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, board. Have a good evening. Appreciate you.
Ms.
Thank
Watson.
you.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. I'm thinking I'm going to have her read all the board items because I notice she makes us smile every time she comes. So much more entertaining. The next item is a recommendation that the Kansas City Board of Education accept a presentation on the Strategic Initiative Update Theme 3, Engage Families and Community, as submitted by Lisa Martinez, Diploma Plus Coordinator.
Good evening, board. Can everybody hear me? Yes, all right. All right, good evening, Board President Lopez, Vice President Brownlee, Page, board members, and Dr. Miguel. My name again is Lisa Martinez. I serve as a Diploma Plus coordinator and the team lead for Strategic Theme 3, Engage Families and Community in KCKPS's Student Success. Like Dr. Miguel stated, my update tonight is for Theme 3 within Objective 1 specifically, increasing two-way communication through collaborative partnerships. We are specifically focusing on the progress of Initiative 1A, expanding parents as partners to target supportive programming around academic needs and parent empowerment using student data. My initiative team members include building and district level leadership, and two of our team members are also parents of KCKPS students. From the feedback we received from stakeholders, surveys, and the strategic planning group, we noticed a lack of programming at the district level that supports family engagement within all aspects of KCKPS. Specifically in the areas of student success and tools to empower families around student data. And the performance measures we'll be monitoring include attendance at Parents as Partners events, student assessment data, and family and staff surveys and feedback. Our team created an initial work plan that we began working on last spring. In the fall, when we resumed discussions around our work and receiving feedback from district leadership, with all of that, we had to pivot some of the initial steps in our work plan. And with that, we have an updated initiative work plan. This is what you're looking at. Our updated work plan as a result of those discussions and the feedback that we received. We decided to focus on building a rubric or self-assessment for our families, and we'll begin that process this month with the help and input from various stakeholders and district leaders. We will also begin training. We'll begin a set of trainings for staff and buildings in utilizing the resource alongside families to create those two-way discussions. We are targeting spring for the Parents as Partners data discussion with a formal debrief and program evaluation with district leadership in June, in hopes to expand and deepen the data discussions with families. Here are the next steps. These are our next steps to help us stay on track and on target. And our team will adjust the timeline as needed based on feedback from leadership and stakeholders. I know that was quick, but that concludes my update. But I'm here for any questions or additional information if you need it.
This is Wanda Brownlee Page, and you said you were the Diploma Plus coordinator?
Yes, ma'am. I serve on Dr. Irvin's team as a coordinator within our College and Career Readiness department.
Okay, because I still say the nugget that we have that I just don't think we get out as much as we should. I think if it was in any other district, people would be jumping over chairs, and we just somehow got to get it out that you can get an associate's degree paid for by the district. We spent $500,000 to the community college, and I don't think we have enough people really taking advantage of this. So I just think we got to really push it, and show them that everybody's not going to get a basketball scholarship for this kind of, but you can complete 2 years. So I just want to encourage us. I know we're doing some good things, but let's really push it, because this is that nugget that while you're at home, it may not seem like much, but you can get an associate's degree online. So I just think we need to push it to the nth degree.
Yes, ma'am. We can definitely do that as a team.
This is Yolanda, and I actually sent some thoughts this afternoon, but I 100% agree. And then I also think that if we don't see participation where it should be, it's like how do we think outside the box to make sure that our kids are taking advantage of it, and it's available to as many students as possible. So I understand the way the process has been built. I also understand that maybe we're not maximizing the number of students that should be and could be involved. And so just making sure that we're being really clear and we're making it very, like the kids understand what it takes to get involved, I think is a huge piece of it. How many 10th graders are going to ask more questions about how to take more classes their junior year? And so how do we really get that communicated to the parents, and then also make sure the students understand that it's doable? Raising teenagers, I can tell you my kids are not raising their hands for extra classwork. So, and everybody's home is different.
And Board Member Clark, I'll jump in here, and I want to thank both you guys for mentioning Diploma Plus. And part of this two-way communication and part of that rubric that they're going to create is going to start these data dialogues at an even younger age, so that while we're getting students that are getting engaged with Diploma Plus at the elementary level with now the tools they have, and also at the middle level, it leads to what Vice President Brownlee Page says, to our students getting that 2-year degree before they get out of high school. So we're looking at all facets of it. Lisa's team is doing a great job. And when we get that diagnostic out there, it's really going to help us start the dialogue at a younger age, because we know the younger it starts, the more likely our students are to go to college, number one, but also like Vice President Brownlee Page said, take those college courses and get that 2-year degree, which is a great gold nugget to have hanging out there.
Exactly. And I can agree with Mr. Linkos more. Part of the rubric or self-assessment that we're building will be inclusive of college and career readiness targets or benchmarks for parents to look at, get familiar with, but also it allows us to begin those conversations, like Mr. Linkos said, at an early age, and promote our programming and the offerings that we have within the district around Diploma Plus. So we see this opportunity to not only strengthen student success at home and within the classroom, but also to ensure that every student has an opportunity to graduate Diploma Plus.
Ms. Martinez, any other questions for Ms. Martinez or staff? I see Dr. Bilbo Irvin on as well. Thank you all for your.
I don't have a question.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. But one of the things, what we can possibly do as a board, and again, this is just a suggestion, if in those areas that we really want to push and promote, we can form a committee of board members to be a part of that, so that we can get enough feedback from them to be able to understand what the procedures are, what we can possibly do to help
them come up with ideas to increase and then bring it back to us at a board meeting. Again, it's just a suggestion.
Yes, ma'am, that's great.
And I did send communication through Miss Leslie about our meeting, our advisory meeting this Thursday, where we will have business and industry partners meeting with our team and giving us feedback about how we really attack the issue of career readiness in our high schools. And so you should have received communication, board members, about that meeting this Thursday. Ms. Martinez is a member of the Diploma Plus team, but she also served as a team lead for the Strategic Initiative team. But she's a great team member of Diploma Plus. And so I want to jump in and answer any questions that I have, that her presentation being about the Strategic Initiative, but definitely can answer any questions regarding Diploma Plus or any concerns.
I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think now that we've got more of our high schools on the same schedule with semester-long classes, it's going to be easier for our students to get their high school credits out of the way so that their last 2 years in high school, they can take those college level classes?
I think putting our high schools on the same schedule was just the beginning of the work that we needed to do. I think starting enrolling the students in the college classes in 10th grade, because we do have students in Wyandotte that have started in 10th grade, and this May they will be getting their associate's degree. So we have to start before the junior year. And so the encouragement is to start in 10th grade. Now that all the high school schedules will look the same, now we're starting to enroll 10th grade, having more kids begin those college classes.
But having our high schools with the semester-long classes instead of year-long classes will make it easier to do that with the getting them into the college classes.
Yes, ma'am, because we're following now the college schedule. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Bilbo Irvin, let me give you a heads up. And once you go back and look at the tape of one of the town hall meetings, there was a comment made about Diploma Plus, positive for the most part. And perhaps you may hear it Thursday morning. But one of the participants said that they were concerned that the program would get the businesses engaged and then never follow through. So I can give you the time of that session so that you can go back, play it back, and actually hear the exact quote so that you'll know the comment.
Yes, ma'am. I'd appreciate that information.
Thank you.
Everybody. Again, Ms. Martinez, thank you so much for the continued support around our strategic plan. I know you and the team that you presented have done an amazing job, put in a lot of time and effort into the strategic plan. So we appreciate the update that you put together.
I'm sorry, I just have one question. Dr. Bilbo Irvin, how long does your meeting Thursday morning last?
It's Thursday evening, 3 to 5 p.m.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. It was in the
I saw it. I just assumed it was 7:30 in the morning like it used to be.
No, ma'am. The afternoon, we have teachers participating with us, and so it's after their duty time. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bilbo Irvin and Ms. Martinez. And now we have our school.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna just hop in real quick to interrupt. I know we're still under board updates, but I anticipate this discussion will be a little bit longer than the other one. So doing a quick time check. We've been at it for 2 hours. Do we need to stretch our legs? Do folks need a quick break before we jump into?
Yes.
Sorry, Dr. Miguel, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Good call.
Give folks a quick break. So it is 7:05. Why don't we do a quick, it's 10 minutes too long, 5 minutes? Is 5 minutes okay for folks?
Yeah.
Okay, 5-minute break, 7:05. We will come back at 7:10. Thank you. All right, we are coming back. Sorry, Dr. Miguel, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to make sure we got a quick break in there.
You're very considerate, sir. We ladies appreciate you.
Righty. Well, as folks are coming back, thank you for letting us take a quick break. Again, thank you, Dr. Miguel, for letting me interrupt you to take a quick break. I appreciate that. So we are back and continuing on with our meeting. So please, Dr. Miguel.
Thank you. So the next item is the school reentry update, as we have been bringing to you at every board meeting. So I'm going to invite Mr. Matt Anderson to do the presentation for you. And we ask that you accept it as an informational item, so there is really no action to take afterwards.
Good evening, President Lopez, Vice President Brownlee Page, board members, and Dr. Miguel. Happy New Year. It's January. Can't believe we're already to this point. But tonight you'll be hearing from a variety of department leaders on their efforts to help with the reentry of staff and students, as well as a tentative plan for a next phase of bringing another group of students into our buildings. Once the presentation is complete, we're going to take any questions that you may have. And so to get us started, I'm going to have Miss Elizabeth Morris begin by sharing just a little bit of update around our health services.
Good evening. So I'd first like to provide you with an update on the data surrounding the spread of COVID in Wyandotte County. And so as you can see, this is the Wyandotte County COVID scorecard, which reflects a 7-day snapshot of the state of the county. And so this scorecard reflects the dates of December 28th through January 3rd. And you can see that it shows a average daily number of cases at 97 with an average percent positivity of 40%. So as part of our strategies for combating the pandemic, we are working very closely with the health department on a daily basis, if not multiple times throughout the day. One of the things that we were able to coordinate with the health department prior to the holiday break was a staff COVID-19 testing opportunity. And so we were able to have a COVID testing location set up so that staff could come, take a saliva test, provide a specimen and turn that back in and have test results within 24 hours. And the health department and I felt that that would be very valuable to our staff going into the holidays, so they would know before they gathered with families, what their status was. And so we were able to test approximately 130 staff members over the course of 2 days prior to the holiday. We're currently also working with them on a vaccine coordination schedule for staff. Some healthcare workers, the healthcare workers within our district have been able to receive that vaccine. So that has included our school nurses, as well as OT, PT, speech language pathologist, and school psychologists. And then they're getting ready to expand that to social workers and a few other groups that fall under that phase 1 healthcare worker category. We've also been able to receive test kits from the health department for any students who present with symptoms. So because we do have some students in buildings, if we have any that present to the nurse with symptoms, they would be able to provide a test or be provided with a test before they are picked up and sent home. And then again, we would be able to have rapid results on those as well. One of the important elements of mitigation with the reopening of schools is being able to perform timely contact tracing. And so part of our policy since even through the summertime was that any staff member who presents with symptoms or has been exposed would contact their supervisor and then would have to speak with the nurse prior to being able to return to work. And so in the month of December, we had 180 staff members who either were symptomatic or had been exposed. And of those 180 contacts, 65 of those did end up testing positive. You asked for some more data on that, and so I was able to provide that 30 of those 65 were certified staff, 35 of those were classified staff. And then in November, you can see the number was 228 staff who were either symptomatic or exposed. 70 of those tested positive, with 36 of those being certified staff and 34 of those being classified staff. And then as far as an update on nurse staffing, we are still able to staff the buildings that do have students in them at this time. But we do still have 2 nurses who are on FMLA through the end of this school year, as well as 2 nurses who are able to work a part-time schedule based on their FMLA. Additionally, we have 6 nurses who have requested accommodations, 1 for medical reasons, 5 related to childcare. And then we still have 8 vacancies. 3 of the schools that have vacancies do not have any students attending at this time. The other 5 schools that do have students attending, we've been able to staff those with either substitute nurses or other nurses that do not have students in their building.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Next, we're going to hear from Ms. Kelly Tushman and give you a brief update on accommodations through the Human Resources Department.
Yes, good evening, board. Just wanted to remind you kind of where we were with accommodations. We've talked about this a couple of different times. As you recall, we sent out a notice end of October and asked for our employees to let us know if they were going to need an accommodation. This was in anticipation that we would be going back to some type of hybrid model or full-time school at the first of the year, towards the end of the year or first of this year. And we did receive quite a few requests, of course. The accommodations that I show over here on the left-hand side of the chart is really related to the accommodations for certified staff. We also received and continue to receive accommodation requests for also classified staff. And so I think this number was somewhere around 140 for the certified at, as you can see, a lot in elementary and high school, and with some being in the middle school as well. So this is kind of where we were. We're in a kind of a pause at this point because, of course, we have not, our new scheduled date has been to return to some type of hybrid model in March. And so at this point, we have not needed to make accommodations because we're not back in a school setting at this point. Now, the only times that we have had to make accommodations is if we are returning students sooner, such in the case of some of our SPED students, ESL, and those limited cases where we brought students back. Otherwise, we're, like I said, in kind of a holding pattern and not making any type of accommodations at this point until we know kind of what, when we're going back for sure and how we're going to basically scale into whatever kind of a hybrid model we go with. So that's just to give you an update on kind of where we still stand with accommodations.
Thank you, Ms. Tushman. Next, we will hear from Ms. Lisa Garcia Stewart to give you an update on our learning mode results. We asked parents to complete a survey selecting which mode of learning they would like to receive when their students return to school in April. So I'll let Ms. Lisa Garcia Stewart give you an update on those.
Thank you. Good evening, President Lopez, board members, Dr. Miguel. Thank you, Matt. Our numbers that we want to provide and share with the board that are updated are the number of requests we have for reentry for our students, which are 9,159. And for For the parents that opted for their children to remain in remote learning is 7,635, and our enrollment is 21,334. So there are 4,540 students that will fall into a hybrid number, but we're still going to continue to do everything we can as we move forward to solidify our plans to make sure that schools are reaching out to those remaining students. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia-Stewart. Next, I will have Dr. Jaquita Lowry discuss where we are with our special education reentry updates.
Thank you. Good evening, board, board president, board vice president, all of the board members, and Dr. Miguel. I'm here to give you a brief update on our reentry for special education. Before I start, I just want to acknowledge and say thank you to our special education teachers and paraprofessionals who have been back in person providing services to our my students with high needs since December. I've enjoyed visiting these schools and seeing a lot of the things that have been put in place for mitigation and instruction. So I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you to our special education teachers and paraprofessionals. As it says on our screen here, phase 1 returned back December 7th. Yesterday was our first day for returning students for our phase 2. That's our CELS 2 and our CELS 1 program. And the information under that is to try to give you some numbers on how many students we are currently serving. So we have about 125 students being served, 22 teachers that have come back to provide these services, 35 paraprofessionals that are working within our classrooms supporting the teachers and the students. As it relates to the initial evaluations for our school psychs, we started bringing students in on an appointment basis to test for initial evaluations, and we're now at 132 students that have been tested. Our next steps is to bring in a phase 3, which is our behavior support classrooms. That is one of the areas of high needs that was discussed early in this process. And so now we want to start looking at those students with a tentative date of February 16th. We are going to be adding 4 additional schools that will have students. That's Wyandotte, Mark Twain, Carl Bruce, and Argentine. We have had our staff call parents over the past few days to see which ones are still interested in coming back for in-person services. And so far, we have had 39 parents have elected to send their students back to begin receiving services. This is still a work in process. We still need to work out a few things on how we're going to serve these students in the program for BSC, as some of them do receive general education support. But this is our next steps, and this is the next group of students that we're looking to bring back and serve and support.
Thank you, Dr. Lori. Next, you will hear from Ms. Jacqueline Rodriguez on our ESOL reentry updates. Ms. Rodriguez, I think you're on mute. Sorry.
Thank you so much. Good evening. Just a couple of updates for ESL. We are continuing with our 3 sites at Eugene Ware, Central, and Washington. Students have now begun attending 4 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and the next step for this group is to increase their services to full day. The teachers have been able to really connect with the students, and they're seeing that follow through with the afternoon connection of students, as well as rich language growth. And then we will be bringing in students for that are currently on the wait list and being recommended for the ILC. Again, that's the Intensive Language Center. That's for students who have some sort of interruption or lack of formal education. And then we have our group of newcomers, and those are the students that have been in the United States for less than a year, and we're continuing to work on plans to support these students. And then part of that looks like meeting students at buildings to get connectivity with them, supporting with the language, and then also continuing enrollment. We have an increase of students enrolling, and then for the district as a whole, we've continued with our pre-screening testing this week, and we are pretty close to having all of our students tested, which is to maintain compliance with the state, and this is on individual. And then we're finalizing plans for our district-wide CALPA testing, as the state hasn't given any flexibility with that. So we're looking at 9,000 students that we will need to bring in for an on-site test, as it must be proctored within a building. That testing window begins February 15th, and we are continuing to work with transportation and buildings to create a plan that supports bringing back that large number of students for that testing window. And that concludes the update for ESL.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Next, we'll talk about our proposed next phase of a student return. As you all are aware, on December 1st, the board made the decision to postpone the return of all students to in-person hybrid learning until April 5th. As we continue to provide remote learning services, we understand that there are a group of students that are still vulnerable to falling further behind due to not receiving those in-person learning services. And so the first phase of this student return project was to bring in students who needed the most intensive special education and ESL services, as was shared by Dr. Laurie and Ms. Rodriguez. Moving forward, we wanted to ensure that we continue to plan for bringing in the next phase of students who might be at higher risk of not progressing. So therefore, based on the information that we've been receiving from the health department, we wanted to begin thinking about which student groups would be best to bring in our next phase of in-person learning services. Our main focus, as you can see on the screen, is that we will focus on K-5 students. And we know that based on the data that was shared by us or shared with us by the Wyandotte County Health Department, the spread of COVID is not as prevalent in our younger students. With that, we also want to consider bringing in a group of seniors that are not on track for a possible on-time graduation. And we want to make sure that they get the services necessary to be successful to be able to graduate. So as you can see, we have a group of students listed here that would begin on February 22nd. And based on their circumstances and where they are in their learning progression, we would encourage or recommend that we bring these students in 4 days a week. That would be Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Wednesday being a clean day. We know that we currently have a group of students in kindergarten through 5th grade who are unable to connect. Based on a survey that we sent out to our building principals, we have approximately 300 students in K-5 who are unable to connect even with the district provided hotspots. One thing that we want to do is not all students are going to be selected. So we are focusing our efforts on those that have chronic absenteeism, which would begin from the beginning of the year until December 18th. We're also looking at students based on grades and assessment data that are considered high risk for not progressing and falling further behind. As Ms. Rodriguez mentioned, we'd also like to bring in a group of K through 5 ESL newcomers. And as mentioned, those are those students that have been in the country less than a year. Dr. Laurie would also like to encourage us to bring in a group of K-5 students with high IEP minutes, individualized education plan minutes, knowing that they need some in-person services to catch up. We also have some students, K-5, that are considered in foster care. And so we would work with the Avery Village Group Home, as well as KVC, to determine which foster care students would best receive these services. We also have some students, K-5, that are also facing homelessness. And so therefore we would like to consider bringing them in as well. And then finally, as I mentioned, bringing in a group of seniors who are not at risk or who are at risk of not graduating on time. And so how can we make this happen in the next few weeks? First, we're continuing to move forward with working with building principals to identify the students who meet this criteria listed on the previous slide, as well as making sure that we look at their forms that the parents submitted to ensure that they do want in-person services based on that learning mode survey. We're currently working with our principals and HR to determine which staff would be needed to support in-person learning within their buildings. To allow for time to plan and prepare for in-person services, we would recommend that any identified staff would return 2 weeks prior to students returning on February 22nd, which gives us a start date of Monday, February 8th. So it gives us about a month to make sure that we have the right people in the buildings on that day. As I mentioned, we would have our student services department collaborate with KBC and Avery Village Group Home to determine which students are struggling with remote learning and may be falling behind or absent due to their circumstances of being in foster care. And then student services would also help us work identifying those McKinney-Vento students that are considered homeless. We also know that nurses are essential in ensuring this safety of our students. And so Ms. Morris is working diligently to guarantee that we have nurses in our buildings so we can make sure students are safe. And then finally, we've been working with Ms. Lenora Miller and her team to determine how we can get transportation and nutritional services that are needed to make this phase happen. We know that with any kind of return, there are always questions about what safety measures we have in place. Just as a reminder, in September, we shared a document with the Board of Education called our KCKPS Safety Return Plan for Students. I will share this document with Dr. Miguel, and she can share it again in her Friday message with you all board, so you have a copy of it. But in this plan, it includes all of the safety requirements that we have as a district. And each building then created a plan for their building based on those requirements for their specific buildings. And so here are just a few of the items on this slide that were addressed in our plan of return. Just to make sure that everybody knows, when students return, there will be desks in the classroom that do have shields that are installed. We will also have the classrooms designed to ensure that we have that physical distancing that's required by Wyandotte County Health. We will have temperature screening protocols in place, and they will need to be completed prior to staff and students entering into the buildings. When it comes to breakfast and lunch protocols, breakfast at all sites that have students will be a grab and go when students enter the building. And then lunch will be in the cafeteria with physical distancing. And then there will be cleaning between each of those lunch periods. There was a question regarding mask mandates. We will mandate the use of masks based on the Wyandotte County mask mandate order, and it will be followed by both students and staff. And then finally, K-5 students will still have recess. According to CDC recommendations, masks are required. We're going to do our best to ensure that students are trying to social distance during that time. But if there isn't that capability of the best social distancing, we're still cohorting students, so they're still part of that group, so they don't spread within their groups. As we continue to move forward, we want to continue to plan ahead and think ahead to another possible phase. And so, as you know, we really focused in on that K-5 level. In this level that we would like to think about for our next timeline would be a tentative start date for a lot of our secondary schools, so middle school and high school, as well as early childhood. This tentative start date for students would be March 22nd, and that tentative start date for a phased-in approach for teachers would be approximately 2 weeks ahead, which would be March 8th. And it gives them 2 weeks to get prepared for students and staff. So this is the end of the presentation. I know there are probably lots of questions. We know that when we do anything with reentry, it requires everybody to be on board. So we are all here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson and team, everybody that presented today. and has put so much time and effort into the presentation. So I do want to open up for questions from board members. I'm sure there are plenty. I do just one quick question regarding the possible next phase timeline in terms of the students returning. Are you also thinking some of those same groupings that you're that will be coming back in terms of at risk, those students who haven't connected, or is it a little more flexible for that possible next phase and timeline?
If the board would deem it necessary to bring in even more students, we could work through that. Currently, what we have is those students, those high-risk students that I will go back to this slide here, and I want to make sure I'm answering your question, Mr. Lopez. This does include a lot of.
I think the question is about the March 22nd phase. Is that correct?
Yeah, but that's also a great segue. So for the March 22nd potential return, are you still looking at these same groupings of returning students and not the entire population?
Yes, yes. So, and it would be similar to the same criteria that we have set here, but it would be for the middle school and high school levels. So we're looking at bringing in smaller groups of students at this point.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that answers the question, but that does touch on, you know, if the board were to think about increasing or expanding the phase of student return beyond these groupings that you've presented tonight, what would that look like potentially? And so that may be beyond your scope to talk about tonight, I understand, but I'm just curious if that's been something that has been discussed.
We have been in discussions, and Dr. Miguel, if you want to chime in, you can. But yes, we worked on a smaller proposal first, just to make sure we hit these high-risk students. But we have also been in talks with phasing in levels of students. So bringing in our youngest students, EC2, and then bringing in a 3-5, and then a phased-in approach, if that's the way the board would like to move. Dr. Miguel, would you like to share?
Well, I was just going to add that for this phase that we have on the screen, because we have identified the highest need students, those students who have fallen really behind due to lack of connectivity, we were going to match the schedule that ESL and special ed has, which is 4 days a week. Originally, if you remember, the plan for students to come back in January was in a hybrid model. So half of the students would come Monday and Tuesday, all remote on Wednesday, and the other half of students would come on Thursday and Friday to maintain social distance and be able to mitigate. So because this is a smaller group of students, we decide and we assess that they need very intensive support due to the loss of learning. We are planning to bring them in for 4 days a week. But if the board approved a return of all students earlier, then we would go back to the hybrid 2 days a week, 1 day of all remote, and then a different group 2 days a week, which is the hybrid model we had initially approved.
Thank you. I didn't mean to get ahead of myself. So I apologize.
No, that's fine. That's you know, and like Matt said, we have been having conversations of both models. So we are welcoming any suggestions and different proposals from the board.
Dr. Miguel, I have a question observation. I've been reading quite a bit, and Dr. Watson has mentioned several times in his presentations that they're very concerned with the K through 3. The very early elementary students.
As are we, and lately he has expanded the grade level span to, he calls it K2 elementary, because he knows some school districts have elementary that is K5 or K6. So he has actually been very vocal now about elementary students being in past the 3rd grade.
Yeah. So that seems to be the ones that they were really concentrating on, and then our seniors.
Yes, and that's why we have what you see on the screen also, identifying seniors. We know this, you know, they are out of time, right? If they want to graduate on time. So that's why we included that group.
Are we looking into any type of summer programming?
Yes.
With the money that's supposedly coming down from Washington?
Yes, we're very excited. We had a preliminary announcement, nothing formal yet and nothing that we can share with the board formally, but we have had some sharing of communication of additional funds coming with the purpose of addressing the loss of learning in all students. So we are already forming a committee of staff to start brainstorming the best way to use those funds, with the clear purpose of accelerating learning and recovering from the loss of learning.
For all students, not just a certain.
Correct. Understanding that we cannot make students attend summer school, but the goal is to offer it to everyone who is willing to attend.
Okay, thank you.
So we have different models in mind, and we will share once we know for sure that we're getting
right. Yeah, we got to wait to have the funds first before we can offer it. But
we started planning.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This is Yolanda, and I just want to piggyback. So thank you, Jamie, for asking that question. That was definitely one of the questions I had about summer and for all students. And then my second question, and I don't know if it's appropriate or not, so just stop me if it's not. I'm hearing us say high risk in the beginning, and mind you, my filter is different than those of you that have a strong filter in education. Are there any concerns with privacy there, like the students understanding and knowing why the other, not necessarily directly, but just privacy in that first phase?
Well,
does my question make sense?
I think I understand what you're asking, and we're not labeling students as high risk.
Okay.
We are looking at who are those students who have either not connected at all or had connectivity, but they have chronic absenteeism, which would be a high risk in normal times. We would address that in normal times. So we're looking mainly at participation and connectivity, which results in that high risk of not progressing, because if you're not showing up to school, even if it were in person, normal times, no pandemic, we would be knocking on those doors to say, hey, your child is at risk of not meeting the goals or not progressing. So it's not a label that goes in the record. It's just how we are realizing this child has not been in class for however long, until December 18th. They have not shown up at all. They have not connected. That is in itself high risk.
Okay, and I completely support what's happening. Again, I deal a lot with like privacy and on the other side. So I was just wondering about the first phase and how we are, I'm going to use the word label, it may not be appropriate. Those students, we're bringing you back for these reasons. And so just the privacy of understanding why a student is back.
Mm-hmm. Sure, thank you.
This is Wanda Brownlee Page, and I want to start with health. And I was at the meeting last Friday with the health department. Little confused because to me, they made some conflicting statements. What bothered me the most is that we're at 38.6% in the county. Because when you look at the news, they always say we're fourth and Johnson County is ahead of us, but somehow we always seem to be at the head when you hear it another way. And my biggest issue when we went to the legislative meeting, I heard the people from Piper, their screening system to me was much better than what we offered in terms of and if she didn't say it right, she said it. She said that they take their temperature, and at our meeting with the health department, the young lady said that wasn't a necessary thing that you do. But when I've taken people to KU to the doctor. I couldn't go in. They took their temperature. When I go to the doctor personally, they take my temperature. So the young lady was saying that was something that we didn't need to do. But it seems like different organizations and businesses still do it. So I hope that we wouldn't stop doing.
Yeah, we are
with that. I thought that was a little off the mark.
Yeah, we are planning. Sorry, Miss Page. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
But if we make sure that we take temperatures She said they had kits. I heard Miss Morris say they had kits, and the lady said they immediately, if they find out something's wrong, they give them the test. They had a courier who takes the test to the health department. They seem to have a pretty aggressive system. Mm-hmm. So if we're doing this, then that's what it's going to take. And mm-hmm. then those screeners that we paid all that money for, they need to work. And then we still have 8 vacancies. She said 3 schools, there were no kids, 5, we have sub nurses. So it just makes sense. Somebody mm-hmm. has to do this paperwork, and we need to make sure, because we just can't be haphazard, because that to me creates a problem. And then on accommodations, I know Ms. Tishman said that right now she gave the numbers, but why would we wait? You know, you're talking about bringing people in. I don't know who knows who's coming in or what, but you would think they would know whether it's been approved or not. And do the principals know? Do they have that information? People have requested. Has it been accepted? And it just seems like if you wait, or maybe I don't know, it just seems that's dragging. You need to have that done. And do they have the second semester schedule set up where people know what they're going to teach and how the classes and people are plugged in? And if it's hybrid, Matt, you said it one time, because I expressed a concern after talking to teachers in Olathe about hybrid, how some of them struggle with the group in and then the group at home. And you had mentioned that wouldn't be the case. So are we clear on who's doing what? Because if we don't know who's being accommodated and who's where and who's what, who's doing what? And do the principals know? And how soon will they know? Or how long are we going to wait? Because it doesn't make sense to wait. If the people are put in, then when do we make the decision? And what is the criteria? Because I asked the question before we got here, so I'm not just surprised. What is the criteria for accommodation? Who gets it, who doesn't? Oh, and I didn't hear anybody address that.
Ms. Page, this is Kelly. So accommodations are fairly tricky because people ask for accommodations for a lot of reasons. And so that's why I'm saying things can change based on when we ask people to come back. So initially there's a lot of fear, right, with COVID, and people ask for accommodations because they're fearful, they may be having anxiety. We ask them, we have a process that they go through. We ask them to provide the documentation on the accommodations that they feel like they need. And we ask them to then support that with whatever medical doctor statements they have. Now, sometimes people do or do not provide that because not every accommodation is something that the doctor is going to request. Sometimes it's because they have childcare issues, or sometimes it's because they're caring for a relative. And so, or they're just fearful of taking it home to their family. So there's a lot of different reasons. And until you tell a person specifically when they're coming back to work, then it's really hard for us to plan for something that may or may not be necessary. Okay. So we have to kind of know when we are asking certain teachers to come back or staff, because then we have to get into motion on, now how will we cover this if we are going to ask K through 5 to come back across the district. But if we're not asking middle school and high school to come back, then I don't have to deal with those requests. And so it does make a difference. And so that's why I say, we are looking at them all, we are working on them all, but we're not granting any of those unless there is a reason for them to come back to the workplace. And some of the things that could change additionally is you think about vaccinations. So if people get vaccinated, they might feel a lot better about coming back to work, right? Because they'll know, like we're planning right now to provide vaccinations for a lot of our staff. Once that happens, that could change a lot of things. So that's my point in saying that there's just so much that we can do until we know the date that we're going to bring people back. And we will work that, as you see, on most of the scheduling information that we put out there. We'll say that we want the teachers back 2 or 3 weeks prior to when we bring the students. And that's for us to have enough time to work through all these issues. So we have plenty of planning that we build in based on when we're going to roll students back in. Does that help provide?
Well, the thing that would, if I were an administrator and we said April, then we have the right to change. Circumstances change, but it makes it harder because you got to get your schedule. You would hope, I'm saying hope, that they set up the second semester schedule because we're in the third 9 weeks. Yep. And that should be set up, but I just said you would hope. So you got to know where you're going to place the people and make sure if they're willing to come back, that I just don't want us to be last minute. And if we're going to do it, we got to plan ahead. I hear what you're saying. There's a lot of different scenarios, but just don't want to be last minute doing things. And then when I talk to principals and stuff, that's what they're worried about. The scheduling, is it set up? Who do we know? Who's coming back? Who's not coming back? And you're trying to plug it in. And I just feel like that's undue stress for them. It's undue stress for everybody. This is something new. It's something different. Right. But you just want to make sure people have time. And that screening is critical. Because if we're at 38.6, and with the other 2 mutations of it, even though they say, oh, no, that's not a problem, you just get too many conflicting views about whether that's going to, and we still haven't felt the New Year's thing. You know, we're going through the Christmas thing, but now we got to feel what happened with New Year's, which brings me to with nutrition, busing, and janitorial service, the problem with the cross infection with that. And how do we work on that and deal with that issue? Because that's another issue. Because once you say COVID money is up, then how do we deal with people coming to work and we know they're sick? So that's why it's so critical that we have the nurses, people are checking, because people are afraid. They need their money. Everybody's in trouble. So it's kind of scary.
No, I hear everything you're
saying.
So,
Ms. Page, regarding the screenings, we have the temperature checking devices in all of the buildings, and part of the plan is that every person that comes in the building will have to use the temperature check. We know that not everyone who is sick has a temperature, but at least we will be able to identify those who have a temperature and check. I will have to defer to Ms. Morris about the tests, because we were not sure that the health department was going to have those on an ongoing basis. But I also wanted to share that we are already scheduling the times and locations for the vaccines, and we had over 2,200 employees respond saying they were hoping to get the vaccine. So we will have 3 different sites, and we are working with the health department. So all of those procedures will help us get everyone gradually in as safe as we can. And of course, masks will be worn. We will follow the guidelines of the health department that recommends not only cohorting students, but also having them in small groups. And then each group, you heard that on Friday, each group is at least 6 feet from the other group, so that if a student gets the virus, we don't have to send everyone home, but it's just that cohort. So we're carefully following the guidelines of the health department, but the health department themselves are the ones who are coming to us to say, based on the data that they are seeing, we know that the data in Wyandotte County is very high, but they also said part of the reason why it's so high is that currently they're not testing as many people as they would hope, and that those who are being tested are mainly those who feel sick. So of course, then the percentage is going to be high. And based on the data from Piper, Turner, and Bonner, who have had kids all along, they have realized that the spread is really not that high among students. And that's why they came back to us to say, we know that we were very much against bringing kids in, but we are rethinking our position. And that's why we had them present to you.
Okay, well, I want to go back to the legislative meeting because it bothered me that the health department provided them tests, a courier to pick the test up.
They did the same for us. They did the same.
They are going to do that for us now.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure that they will have them on an ongoing basis. Remember in December when we offered the tests for any employee who wanted to pick it up and take the samples, like Ms. Morris, that was part of that, of those tests that we had access to. We did not get to use them like they did because we didn't have students, but they did exactly the same thing. They brought the tests to us. People did the sample and put it back in the box, and then a courier came and picked it up.
Well,
That's
is it
exactly
possible to check? Because I think we need to offer that.
We want to
give 100% and make sure people are tested, and we're checking. And if they offer the courier, because she talked about all they had that they offered, and then the lady from the health department said they needed 2-ply masks, the cloths or the surgical mask. Who's supplying that?
And I asked the health department that question, and Dr. Corribo, who is the doctor who was presenting to us on Friday, said she's looking into that and will let us know if they can provide masks. But that's a conversation that we are also having. You know, how are we gonna provide masks for those students who do not wear them? But rest assured, Ms. Page, if the tests are available and the service is available like it was up until December, we are not turning anything away. Anything that's going to make staff and students safe, we are accepting it by all means.
And then my other question, okay, we're saying masks are mandatory.
They are
What
mandatory.
happens when a student refuses to wear a mask and an adult refuses to wear a mask? Where's the policy? I didn't see a sample of that. You know, we need to know because we live in it. When I taught, no didn't mean no.
Right. and
we had rules, but it didn't apply and it wasn't consistent. And this is a life or death matter. So exactly. Where is it written? Do we get to see a copy? Where is it at? Because by now we should have something. If a student says,
well,
no,
and we don't write policy. So we would have it in writing in communication to staff and to parents, and we would have the same consequences and the same procedures that we have when a staff member or a student breaks any of the rules that we have.
But I'm asking, you said we're going to have something. What is it? Where is it written?
Isn't it a health department rule?
It
order.
But it said, yeah, you wear it, but what are the consequences if I don't? That's what I'm asking. Because we're going to have to deal with that.
Sure. We'll work on that language, Ms. Page.
Is that something that we would need to vote on at our next meeting, Greg, or is that?
I think that, well, you've got two different questions there on that particular piece. One would be whether the failure or refusal to wear a mask as required would violate the student code of conduct and subject the student to discipline. The second would be whether the same thing would constitute
It's Greg freezing up.
Yes, that's why he turned his video off, but I don't think that
Yeah,
it helps.
it says the host stopped me. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you. We stopped the video because you were cutting up.
Perfect. Okay, no, not a problem. Can you hear me all right though?
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to.
No, it popped something up on my screen. I wasn't sure whether I could still be heard. And the same thing would be with regard to employee conduct, although the employee conduct rules are pretty well set by the health department, as you suggest, and so we can enforce those. And if an employee refuses to wear a mask or abide by any other rule that would be required by the health department for us to return to work or by the district, then they would be subject to being written up and disciplined for that. So,
but I just think it needs to be clear. You can't leave it vague because you're asking for trouble. So what happens? I'm an employee. You saw in the coup that took place this past Wednesday, they were trying to get fellow congressmen to take a mask. They said no. And some of the people in that room got sick. So is that fair to them? So what are we going to say?
Okay,
and
so
what about the kids if they say no? What happens?
Helpful is so it sounds like I totally get the question, Ms. Page, is like what happens if somebody says no and doesn't want to wear a mask, and that's a fair question. Like what are we gonna do? It doesn't sound like we have the appropriate answer now. So instead of debating and trying to figure it out now, I would ask Dr. Miguel to get with Ed and staff to figure out what that looks like and then bring that back to an additional. I think it's a fair question, but I don't think we're going to come up with the answer right now.
We can work with Greg to get the right language in place both for students and for employees and bring it to the board.
Go ahead, Janie.
Yeah, bring it back to our next meeting because we've got enough time to get that worked out.
Yeah, right. I mean, the only thing I would say, and again, it's up to the board, but ultimately, but I'm not sure this requires a board level action to decide.
Right. Doesn't.
So,
okay.
This is Yolanda. Can I just insert in there? It's bigger than a mask. I think and I'm not asking for anything to come back to me. I'm okay with whatever the decision is made. It's whatever protocols have been put in place is what happens if a student does not follow those, because there's several protocols that would be put in place.
Yeah.
But all I'm asking, I hear what you're saying, but what is it? It's too we get too vague. Too vague, and I know we're not going to do it tonight. But let's be specific. Let's not just say, "Oh, we have a mask policy." Because, like I said, I taught for 30 years. No, no, and a rule. Hey, we got to put some meat into it.
That's exactly what we're saying, Ms. Pages. We're not going to figure it out tonight, but we're going to come back because I agree. Our principals know, our teachers need to know, and so it needs to be clear. So our staff is.
Randy, let me ask Greg. There is precedent. Greg, what did the community college do? They made it clear in written that if a student does not agree to a mask, the faculty can then not allow them in the class. Was that put in a policy or was that put in a practice?
It was a practice. It was a procedure or protocol developed by administration. And by the same token, if an employee refused to put a mask on, they send them home. I mean,
okay. So was that put in? I know we got that letter. Was that just put in as a practice?
Yeah, the administration put that in.
Okay.
Okay. So there's a clear example, not in another country up the road, that faculty at the community college know good and well, I cannot walk in the building. And even if I'm in my office alone, I have to have a mask. And if students refuse to, now we're talking about adults. We're not talking about a third grader. And I'm not going to fight with their third grader. But if they don't wear their mask, they will be removed. Okay, so that's my comment. I have two questions. Oh, Janie, were you finished? I'm sorry.
I'm just going to say, so we have a precedent to work off of. So it's all taken care of.
Yeah, and so I had to ask Greg, otherwise he was going to provide the information. Two, Ms. Rodriguez, I've been trying to find the person. Are you the person that participated in the webinar with the Greater Kansas City Chamber earlier in the year, or are you not?
No, it was not me.
Okay, so you don't teach kindergarten?
I do not. I'm director of ESOL and migrant
I
program.
understand that. So for some reason, we have a kindergarten teacher who participated in that, and either I don't know how to reach out to her, but no one is reaching out to her. She's working with a group that talks about expanding connectivity. So I'm not understanding why one of our staff who was on a public webinar talking about connectivity with other not-for-profits has not been communicated with. Either she's not hearing me or whatever. So that's the comment. No, and sorry, Ms. Rodriguez, you just don't look like the same person. I just was asking. Secondly, and we all received this letter, board members. I do not know if staff received it, but the comments and the letter we received from a member of the public, as well as I received additional letters and phone calls to say that the local health department's attitude in answering my questions were unfortunately rude. And that is unfortunate because they also commented, not in the letter we received, but in other communication, that if, and I apologize to say this but this is what they said. If I had been a white board member from Piper, the Elizabeth woman's attitude would not have been the same. And that was unacceptable. And she was rude and disrespectful. So when you say, if there's something that the health department has historically, they have not been sensitive to the needs of the community of color in Wyandotte County. Hopefully this new regime will be better, but the attitude of Elizabeth's snarkiness does not reflect that. So we received a letter stating that our board members received the letter. So this is nothing new, but the public also needs to know that they also recognized this, their comments. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. I will just say that I know Dr. Corvo, Dr. Greiner, Julianne. I don't know Elizabeth as well, but I do know that the staff over at the health department have continued to work to make sure that health equity is top of mind and to make sure that their work is professional, respectful, and they work to address the equity issues in our community. So I don't know that it's fair, especially with them not present, to make statements like that. So I understand that.
But you did get a letter. All the board members received a letter. Remember?
That letter. I'll look for it in my email.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying anything that was not relayed to all of us.
But I will just say, I think it's unfair to make those statements without having that person be able to say anything back and in a public forum. And I don't know that has.
No, listen, Mr. Lopez, the public is concerned.
No, the way it was done is very rude, and it should not have.
No, it is not. I'm making a point.
And it shouldn't be a surprise. And he is the president and has the floor instead of over speaking him.
I'm going to bring us back to the conversation at hand, which had nothing to do with the health department folks because they're not here right now. So I'm going to bring us back to the topic at hand, which is our reentry update. So I do just want to say, out of respect for folks who are not here, I think it's inappropriate to make accusations like that of staff. And we can talk about that, and we can directly talk with Dr. Corvo, Elizabeth, and others to address any issues that we might have. But I'm going to bring us back and center us. Everybody take a deep breath, please. Let's center back on the conversation at hand, which is around our reentry. For our students, we're in charge of their education and their safety and their health. So Dr. Miguel, I have a question regarding the number of students that potentially, based on what was presented today with the K through 5, roughly how many students would that be, and staff members back in the buildings? And then 2, well, yeah, how many students and how many additional students, or how many students are not included in that number? So what are those numbers, if you wouldn't mind sharing that? Thank you.
Sure. Matt, make sure you keep me true to the numbers that we've been crunching. But looking at all of those groups, I think we added a maximum of 1,800 students. Is that correct, Matt?
It's approximately 1,800 students, and that's based on if we selected every student to come in. That doesn't put into account if the parents decided that they wanted to do remote or hybrid yet. And so what we're doing is we're working with principals to really figure out what that number is, how many students at each site we would have. So we can bring those numbers to you on January 26th, so you'd have a better number. Because once we get that number, that's going to really help us determine how many teachers
the number of
at the site. So it really depends on how many students. So currently 1,800 is kind of our approximate number for all of those places. And that's majority of those are our elementary sites. Specifically at-risk seniors is about 400 students currently out of all of the high schools.
And Dr. Miguel, my question would be, have we contacted those parents yet to see if they're going to allow their children to come back? Or is that something you'll be doing over the next couple of weeks?
That's something that we're doing over the next few days. We haven't contacted them because we wanted to bring this to the board first. And also, I'm not sure if my internet is unstable or someone else. Can you guys hear me okay?
You've been cutting out a little bit, but
yeah, that's what I thought.
So that might vary a little bit. That 1,800 might vary a little bit.
Absolutely, because what will happen is even though they may have put that they want to return in person, that's been a minute since we took that information. So as part of the process, once the students are identified by principals, part of that process will be contacting families to determine if they still want to return to school. So we got a few more steps in between, but just wanted to give you all that next phase of students that we'd really like to bring in, but we can get more accurate numbers for you by next board meeting.
Okay, and my next question is, and you may have said it, and it may have just went in one ear and out the other. I'll apologize for that ahead of time. Do we have an idea when we might be vaccinating teachers? Is that sometime maybe the 1st of February?
Well, so the dates that we have, let me bring up that the dates that we proposed, and we did, we proposed the 3 dates for the first dose. That would be January 20th, the 22nd, and the 25th. And then we counted 28 dates for the second dose, and that would be February the 17th, the 19th, and the 22nd. These are not official dates. These are the dates that we sent to the health department with the locations that we are proposing. They are putting, they have a gentleman that works on the logistics of the vaccination. As you remember, they showed us that slide where they showed the Kmart Center and how they prepared it. So Ms. Morris is going to lead the logistics parts for us, and she's in communication with the health department. And we'll have a district committee with the representative from the health department to coordinate all of that.
So it could be, if things go right, we'll keep our fingers crossed and everything, that by the 1st of March, like I said, fingers crossed, our staff may have had both doses of vaccine, and we may not have a lot of the people wanting to still have those accommodations. Some of them may be willing to come back without accommodations, and it might make our staffing a little bit easier, and it may not, and we might have more parents wanting their children to come back to in-person learning.
And that's Ms. Humphries, that's why we were proposing that second phase of a larger number of students for March. This group that we're proposing tonight is these students that up until December 18th, we haven't seen them.
Right.
And so we're very worried. And that's and when you think about it, in terms of the number of students we have and the number of buildings that we have, 1,800 students is a very manageable number.
Right. It'll give us some practice.
It will give us some practice, and it also gives us room for, we know there are many teachers who are ready to come back.
Many of them.
I think they trust that we are going to take all of the precautions. So it's not that we're throwing them out there to get sick. We are going to be very careful. So they are ready to come back. And then it gives us the opportunity for those who either have health issues or childcare issues to still request those accommodations while we staff these classrooms.
And my last question is, I know the health department is looking for satellite locations to set up immunization clinics.
Mm-hmm.
We have a couple of new buildings that have gyms that have isolated access, like Carl Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
Have we thought about, or if it's even possible, to work with the health department to set up this access facilities?
That's exactly what we're doing, Ms. Humphreys. That's what they suggested, the Kmart Center, because of the size.
Right.
And we wanted to offer 2 of our school district sites and open up the gyms so that people would have choices of location and also of different dates if their schedule doesn't allow.
Yeah, I know that it may not work for them or something, but at least, because Carl Bruce at least is in the Northeast area, maybe people could get to it easier.
Mm-hmm.
Or
I do know, Janie, that they are looking at, they found a site out west already, and they're looking at a site downtown as well. Part of the issue is about storage of the vaccine.
Right.
It has to be stored at certain temperatures, and staffing. They're already pooling staff to do vaccines at other sites. So it's really whether they actually, if they can add other sites. I know there are task force that are looking at that. I belong to a couple of them that are looking at other sites.
I wanted to make sure that we were offering to partner with them.
We're looking at every potential.
Okay, that's fine.
Every location that we can.
And we requested extended hours so that staff, the majority, all of our teachers are teaching during the day, so a 9 to 3 schedule would not work. So we asked for extended hours in the evening, and they have been very flexible. They were very open to any of our suggestions.
I wanted to make sure that we as a school district were trying to partner with the UG Health Department as much as we can to help with this.
They're looking at schools, congregations, nonprofits,
Okay.
They are looking at every possible option to partner to bring this forward. So I do want to be conscious of time. I know we have a couple.
Well, would the vaccinations be for non-certified staff as well?
Everyone.
All. And what do you do? And this is an issue because we're dealing with this nationwide. For those minorities who don't feel comfortable with it, because historically, our government, our health department, if you look at what happened in, was it Alabama, Arkansas, and some of the other case studies, I'm just saying some people don't feel comfortable with it. So what are we doing to try to get the word out that this is a good thing?
There are, and I don't know from district standpoint what we're doing, but I do know that, again, from the health department, also from foundations, philanthropy, and at the state level, they are putting a lot of resources into communication, advocacy, education, awareness, marketing, promotion, because of those very same reasons, Ms. Page, you're absolutely right. There is a natural distrust from Black and Brown communities who have been used in the past. And so we need to do a good job of creating awareness and education and making sure that folks understand the need and build the trust. So there are resources being implemented, but I do think there's potential for partnership from the school district to help create some of that awareness locally. So I do have a question, Dr. Miguel, around given the next phase that you all are proposing with that K through 5 group, has there been thought, and I think I heard Mr. Anderson say there has been some conversation around expanding what that would look like if the board wanted to expand that group from just those who haven't attended courses or the seniors who are at risk, or the newcomers, what would that look like? Is there an idea of what that would look like, or does that require further investigation?
So if I hear your question correctly, if we were to bring more kids than we were proposing tonight, then we would go back to the original plan that we had when we thought kids were coming back in January. Remember that we had an AA-BB hybrid plan, and then Wednesdays again. So instead of bringing everybody, instead of bringing these students for 4 days all day, we would go back to the original hybrid model.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to say, if we're going to do that, can we work out our kinks? Because there still seems to be some kinks, some things we haven't answered. And if we're going to do it, we want to do it right. That's all I'm saying. Because, you know, we just throw everybody in there and we still got some issues and some things that need to be answered.
Sure.
Well, before we continue to move forward, just any last questions? I know that was a lot of information. Thank you. Really good conversation and discussion, everybody. Any final questions before we move on with the presentation?
No, I just think the final thing is we just want to, and we all want to just do what's right by our students. We know this has been a really, really hard year, and we know there's just been a lot of back and forth conversation. So to the staff, I know it feels like a yo-yo. One day you're going this direction, the next day you're going this direction. We do appreciate everything that you're doing. And just to our public, we just want to do what's right by our students. I know there's a lot, this is a very controversial conversation. So just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Yolanda.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Let's continue on.
Oh, sorry. Let me get back on track. So the next board item is a recommendation that the Kansas City Board of Education accept as an action item on athletics for the 2020-2021 school year, as submitted by Stephen Linkus, Chief of Staff. And I think we have Miss Tammy ready to present to us. Or maybe Mr. Linkus.
It'll be Miss Romstead.
Okay, so good evening, President Lopez, Dr. Miguel, members of the board. I'm going to try to share here. And I'm not seeing a document. Let's try again here.
Can you get it, Tammy, or do you need me to share?
Can you share it? Do you have it?
Well, it's attached to the board item. Oh, no, it's not.
I don't know why.
You have the ability to share.
Okay. It's not showing on my platform, but I have it up. I'm looking at it. Oh, goodness. Try to move it over here.
Dr. Miguel, would you like me to share?
Here we go. I've got it. I think I found it. There we go. We're here. I apologize. I'm not near as tech savvy as I thought.
There you are.
Okay, I realize we're blocking a little bit.
You can move it up.
All right, let's try to do that.
You can click on the.
Here we go. How about that? Does that help?
I think I can see it fine.
See it okay? All right. So at the excuse me, at the November 11th board meeting, the board approved a proposal to delay the start of winter sports and to reevaluate, excuse me, wrestling on January 4th. So just to kind of remind, November 1st, the board weighed multiple aspects of information, including academic and mental health of our student athletes, what surrounding schools were doing, gating criteria, and of course, sports-specific cluster data, voices of parents, students, and community safety.
So the proposal before you today is to let you know that at this point in time, there have been no positive cases nor wrestling sports clusters reported from November 16th through the 22nd, which is after the wrestling practice and competitions began. All surrounding schools in the Wyandotte are currently wrestling, as well as those in Johnson County. I can tell you that today I was on our league meeting with the commissioner of officials who basically arranges all officials throughout the Kansas City metro area, Johnson County, Olathe, Shawnee Mission, and of course Wyandotte. And he had also brought up something that I've heard countless times, and I think they spoke to it Friday, and that is those athletes that do become positive when they're tracing back, it's not coming from the sporting activities, it's coming from family gatherings or whatever they attended outside of. The UG sports secondary recommendations that we've been following were the cohorting of students, quickly identifying. We do the screening, the temperature checks, the daily sheets that we track and trace every single day. Again, we'll protect the community by not having spectators at competitions, keeping our limit size to about 45, and all participants and game officials, anybody coming into the area wearing masks. And of course, the latest UG update was that they are not single or gaiters or but what do you call them, bandanas, but they are a double ply mask or a surgical mask, which is the paper masks. I visited with several Topeka schools. They had a meeting yesterday. They're continuing wrestling. At this point, I don't have anybody that is stopping wrestling after it's participated in. And so as a result, the information that I can find, the information I'm getting from the supporting schools and athletic directors around, district athletic directors, I'm proposing that we do start our wrestling.
Ms. Romstad, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Does the National Federation of High School Sports still rate wrestling as a high-risk sport for COVID transmission?
At the beginning of the year, when it was rating its activities, it was considered a high-risk sport.
Do they still rate it as a high-risk sport?
Yes, it is.
And the UG Health Department still recommends against wrestling, correct?
Their orders, and I left copies for the board docs, do not pull out. They rescinded the order that listed them as high risk, moderate risk, and listed out sports. They've rescinded that, and now they're just saying that if you are going to have them, you need to use the secondary recommendations. But they have not, in any of the orders since October 30th, November 13th, and of course 1/4, they have not listed wrestling or any high risk sport.
At the meeting on Friday, though, did they not tell us they did not recommend wrestling?
Dr. Corvo, yes, Dr. Corvo had given her opinion that it's a high-risk sport, and she suggested not doing that. But there's no data in the UG orders that say that, yes.
And have you guys gotten permission slips or release slips from all of the parents for the other sports yet that the board voted on?
Sure.
The November 10th meeting?
That's correct. What we did, the packets that go out for physicals, which was in October, November, we give a parent packet, which had about 8 documents that parents signed. We realized that those were given out so early before that form was added. We've had to give that form out. And while we can email it and we can put it on web pages, it's difficult for people at home to print these out. So what we've done is we've hand copied and sent them home with kids. At this point, we have about 85% of them returned. To give you an idea, I can tell you that we have about 164 kids out currently. That's not counting wrestling numbers. And we had about 115 kids today. Not all the kids are practicing every day. We're still working on trying to get those 10 days, accumulated. So like today we had some bowling practices set up, but they did not bowl. And that was, those forms were to go out and be signed. So we're still working on some specific groups. We also don't have it translated yet in Spanish, but one of my athletic directors, Alma Hall, is doing that translation and hopes to have it ready by noon tomorrow. We'll pass that through whoever else needs to look at that so that we can actually get that out to our families in Spanish. I think that will help us as well. Our numbers are considerably down, but we are about 85% of those kids that are practicing with us or have those forms turned in. And tomorrow will be any programs other than our bowling that haven't practiced yet, where we have to hand give it to them. Other than that, and wrestling, if that would go tonight, those kids may not have had those handed to them yet. Otherwise, we have worked pretty hard at getting those out to everybody.
So we voted on it November 10th, and you haven't had it translated yet? Is that what you're saying?
Hopefully I'm hoping that around noon tomorrow it'll be finished.
And 85% of the students have returned a signed form.
85% of the kids that are coming to practice have returned that signed form. Not all the kids are practicing 100% every day. So out of 164 kids, for example, that we have currently, not counting the wrestling, we had 115 kids actually practice today. So those kids that were not there, it could be because they didn't come because they don't have their form signed. So the kids that we're working on getting that percentage completed that are practicing.
Okay. So over 2 months, it's not a very good sign that they haven't turned them in yet. When's the first game dates?
Not until next week on the 8th. Let's see, I believe it's the 19th that most of the teams are playing. Next Tuesday, I want to say.
That's cutting it kind of close if they want to play in the game, because they cannot play if they don't have those forms returned, correct?
That's correct.
I will tell you right now that with all the recommendations and stuff, that I do not feel comfortable having children wrestling. That is too close a contact for me. When we want people to wear masks and stay 6 feet apart for meetings. The idea of having people rolling around on mats wrestling, I will be voting no for that. I understand it's very important for some of those children. And my grandson himself was a wrestler. I know it's very important to them. But the safety of these children are more important to me than the wrestling. So I understand what the kids want, what the parents want, but my first thought is their safety. So I just wanted to explain that. I am very disappointed that that form has not been translated yet, that we're a week before games start, and that hasn't been done. I was very encouraged that we voted on that early in November, thinking that would give plenty of time for that to be accomplished. I wish the kids good luck in their games next week, but I will stop now. I've just explained why I will vote no.
Other questions for Ms. Romstadt?
Are the coaches still tutoring? You know, we paid the coaches, and they're supposed to be tutoring, trying to help the kids, make sure they keep up with their work.
Yes, they are. That's part of their, to get the kids eligible to pass at semester, the KCKPS guidelines. They've been working with all the kids. I think, as we know, connectivity issues are part of it. Right now, every student that's, and it'll be a conversation we'll have next, but any of the students that are with failing grades or below 2.0 are on student support plans, trying to help them get their grades up.
And how long have they been on these support plans?
The student support plans were set up 2 weeks after the progress reports went out, as is the district policy. There's a week after the progress reports where they can make up grades. Then there's a week where there's no games if they're competing, which we weren't. And then the next week, there's no practice, no games, and they have to be on a student support plan.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
I can only speak for myself. I'm very torn. I'm going to be very honest with you. I 100% would agree with Ms. Humphreys on the contact there. Where on the other side of things, I struggle with the parents making decisions for their students and making decisions for their own kids. So I don't know. I'm very, very, very torn, and I do understand the recommendations that have taken place by the health department.
So, Ms. Romstadt, was there other information that you needed to provide or as part of your presentation?
There's a second proposal. Did you want me to go forward, or do you want to?
Why don't you go ahead and provide all the information? Go ahead and provide the second proposal, and I think that'll give some board members context and allow that.
Okay. So the second proposal is a request for leniency in the district eligibility policy for athletics and activities. We'll continue with the portion of the policy. What we're suggesting is continue with the portion of the policy that requires the student support plans that any student with an F or a GPA below 2.0 must be on a student support plan. They must participate in that tutoring, whatever that plan is created prior to practice for them to be eligible, and allow them to practice only as long as the plan's been created and they are attending whatever that plan suggests prior to practice. When I spoke with principals about this, there was support of the idea of bringing these lower performing students into the building for support and supervised tutoring or class management, connectivity for assignments and test prep. Suspending the requirement within the eligibility policy for no practice if a student has an F or below 2.0 is just until the beginning of the next quarter. We complete the first semester January 25th. I believe the 26th we start into the next quarter. So the point was we have pivoted several times academically due to the remote learning environment and to help families and students that are struggling in the pandemic environment. This gives 2 more weeks of concentrated help for these students prior to the end of the semester. The district eligibility policy is completely reinstated on the 26th, which begins that second semester. And I noted that last year, and I think I included it in your board packet, the board minutes from KCKPS, they had determined that due to the remote learning environment last spring, they were allowing districts to make the decision about eligibility to hold kids harmless, basically, from the requirements of KCCA at the beginning of the fall semester. We did not have fall sports, so that was never brought to you. But I was just supporting document that there was a real concern with the remote learning environment. I can tell you, when I spoke to athletic directors yesterday, we've got about, on the average maybe, of about 12 student athletes per school. So that's involving multiple sports, maybe a few more with wrestling that have not been practicing since we came back January 4th because our district eligibility policy was in effect at that point. And so allowing, getting the kids into the building to do a better tutoring student plan, because they know that the only way they'll get an opportunity to practice is to come into the building where we know we have connectivity, we know we can set up better oversight, would just give a little more concentration to helping those kids that really are trying to work towards getting their grades up so they could be eligible the next semester. We're looking at, starting Wednesday of this week would give us this week and next week. So we're not looking at maybe 10, 11 days for the kids.
Yolanda, I have a question. I want to make sure I understand. So we're talking about, you're asking for the proposal is for 2 weeks, really, is what you're saying?
That's
Why
correct.
are we not looking at longer?
Because when we start the new quarter, we're going to be back into our system where we added some things in the past 2 semesters where we start actually looking at grades every week and pulling them so that we can help the kids that are digging holes. And I'll be really honest, you know, we all know how hard it's been in the remote environment, and the kids have really, a lot of them have just, they really just stopped. And I think as we moved closer to the winter sports and they see that, you know, this is, you know, happening, I think what it did is they realize now, hey, I gotta get this going. It just helped us encourage and connect with them more. You know, I know how hard it is for the teachers, and you know, I know how hard it was for the coaches to help with these kids remotely, and this is just another way to kind of put our finger. But we would like, the policy is a good strong district policy. We don't want to.
I don't want you to think you're defending this, and maybe I should have asked my question differently. I honestly agree. I mean, I know that our students are struggling, so that's why I was asking, why are we just allowing for 2 weeks? Should we be allowing for more time and still allowing, when you think about the mental challenges that the society is bringing our students, should we be allowing more time? I'm also concerned about the cram work. So I cram to get this done versus I learn. And so that's where my question's coming from. It's not saying that this is not okay. And that's just me asking the question.
Yeah.
So Ms. Clark, if I can jump in, one of the reasons behind this is KCSHA generally does a 3-week eligibility check. And when we start second semester on the 26th, what Tammy instituted last year was weekly eligibility checks. So that way, when the students hit those state benchmarks, we can ensure that they didn't have any D's or F's by that point. And generally, with the start of new semesters, it generally is kind of like a restart or a reboot. So what it does is give an opportunity for students to start over. And then I understand the cramming. I did a little too much of that in my studying days, and wish I would have started earlier. But you know, one of the things is it will be a reboot on the 26th for second semester, and we can get back to that weekly checking kids and really providing that support through the plans.
Okay, that was really what my question was, because I know a lot of late work is being accepted right now. So there's a lot of different provisions that are being made for students. So thank you.
This is Wanda Brownlee Page. I have a problem with that, because to me, if you're behind, you don't need to practice. And we say we're about the kids getting an education, then they need to focus on their books and getting them caught up.
This is Dr. Yeager. I would like to make a motion that we accept proposal 2 to have leniency for the until January 25th, the completion of the semester.
Second.
Oh, I have I know the motion's on the floor. Are we voting on 1 first, or we starting with 2?
I made a motion for 2. I didn't.
Okay, just clarity.
Yeah, so the motion is for proposal 2. We'll get to number 1 afterwards, if the board chooses to take that up. But so there's a motion to accept proposal 2, which has been discussed. Are there any other questions or discussion?
I have a couple of questions. Have the coaches been working with the students all semester?
I think given some of the limits of connectivity that we've all fought, yes, they have been trying to connect with them as much as they could. Our workouts, we were hoping that at least having some kind of workout did bring us in some kids, but the percentage of kids that just did not come in, you know, to work out and connect was pretty large. And I think that remote learning environment is hard to connect with kids when it comes to the academic piece for our coaches as well.
Because I guess what I'm afraid of is that they're gonna have them in there for 2 weeks and then just not continue with enforcing the studying and the academic portion. They're going to concentrate on getting their grades up just to get them eligible and then kind of drop it. So is there any plan for continuity to keep the kids working and not letting them slip again?
Sure, and I that's, you know, a great concern to have, and it's definitely, we don't want to just get by in 2 weeks and help kids. What we want to do is help them right now because we understand how difficult it was. And we know a lot of kids gave up when the sports were not available to them. Now that they're there, they're kind of coming back to us. And we're just trying to connect and work with those kids that we can to help them so that they start the next semester. Remember, we will be doing the grade checks after week 2, where we're looking at assignments not turned in. We're looking at poor scores. A lot of it depends on how many assignments teachers have, in that 2-week period. But we're going to get in front of the 4-week or the 5-week progress report. We're not going to wait until that has happened. We get on it before. And of course, now we know who we need to watch more specifically. And we think them engaging in practice on their end gives them a little more commitment. And we can see them every day in person, which is a lot easier way to stay connected to somebody than just through the remote environment.
And how are we going to stay connected with them after the winter sports is over? Are we just going to drop them, or are we going to stay connected with them? Because we don't want them to lose their connection academically just because winter sports are over. Yeah. We need to keep that through the rest of the spring, rest of the school year, and hopefully, if funds allow, through a summer program of learning. We don't want them just in there for the time that they're in the sports.
No, we don't. That's kind of a care. We know that the participation numbers based on KCSA and any kids that connect in activities or athletics do better, perform better, graduate better rates. So, that's just the connection piece. Obviously, the academic part is important. They've got to learn the discipline and rigor and learn the material.
So do we have a plan to continue that past just this very small section? No. Because this is going to be something we're going to have to look at for the next few years. It's not going to be over just this winter sports season. We need to have a long range plan. Something that to keep the kid connected. It's not a short, temporary waiving of the eligibility.
Sure, I understand that. And we will do that through the weekly grade checks, plans for anybody that's below 2.0 or F after the progress reports come out, and we'll continue to pull grades and continue to put them in the student support plans and look over those. It helped. It worked for us last year during the year. I will be honest that in November, my first time we had progress reports in the fall, I was shocked. And we held meetings with the building principals, with academic people, and we came up with a plan. And I don't know if you remember, but when we came to your November board meeting last year, we had everybody passing at 88%. And we were pushing hard. So I know it works. I know what we can do. I will tell you, when we have them there every day, it's a lot easier to do it than it is when they're in that remote environment. So I think getting them connected and demanding and expecting the same things, it'll get easier this next remote learning point, and hopefully we'll get our kids back maybe in some type of hybrid. But I think the important thing is we can do this. We've done it. But I think last fall was different in that it was kind of a shock to the system, and kids just, put the brakes on.
It looked like Dr. Nguyen had a question. I do want to keep us moving along.
Yeah.
Dr. Do you have a question or comment?
I just had a question for Tammy. You had progress reports, right?
Yes, we did.
So these kids, as well as their coaches, knew that they were failing.
Yes. I think may I say one thing? The only difference this year compared to any other times is the academic side kind of changed, gave them a little more time to allow to do some things. And we had a real different number of assignments based on this environment, where prior we had, when they were in class, and you had more assignments leading up to that. So for us, it was just a matter of things continue to change and us trying to chase down kids that had given up because they weren't with us every day like we normally would. I'm not making excuses, just explaining.
Right. So in a 2-week period, one question, what makes you think you're going to be successful? And secondly, can we not allow them back in the building without changing the eligibility policy? And actually, that is our answer. But what do you believe?
I think, yes, we can. I think we've had a hard time for the kids that are not able to practice, getting them into the building connectivity wise and getting into a more structured, concentrated help versus I'm not eligible, and we just think that getting 2 to 8 more kids per school, helping them, maybe getting them to that preface where they can continue that semester is worth that push. That's really why we're asking the leniency.
I guess my last question, without waiving the eligibility requirement, would they not fall under the categories of the groups that would come back?
Beginning in February.
Correct.
Yes, I would imagine they would. I'd like to hope we could get them so they're not in those groups, but currently in January, they are in those groups.
Correct.
But this doesn't start till February.
So I'll go ahead and ask Ms. Smith. I think there's been some good discussion. There's a motion and a second for proposal 2. Ms. Smith, would you please do a roll call vote?
Londa Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphreys,
Janie Humphreys, yes. I do have one request I'll make after the vote's over, though.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
On the Brownlee page, no.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, no.
Dr. Yeager.
Yes.
Ms. Romstad, would you be able to come back to us after the 2 weeks are over to give us a report on how successful this was?
I will. I asked the athletic directors yesterday to keep data on this group of kids if this was to pass. So yes, we will.
Okay, that way we know whether it worked or not.
Is it possible just to give us a written report rather than come and report to us, but just do it in writing rather than?
Yeah, that would be good. Thank you.
Yeah, I can submit it on my Friday updates.
Thank you.
And I have a question. You said the connectivity. Do everybody got a phone? They don't call. You don't call them. How are we, besides getting on the computer, do we use the phone? Do we mail something? What are we doing? Because we decided to pay the coaches, even though they're not really coaching like they normally would do, to help, to assist. Is that really taking place?
Could we ask that those questions be answered at a later time, because it doesn't fit to where we're discussing right now?
So I think it's, thank you, Dr. Yeager. Thank you, Ms. Page. I think it's a fair question. Ms. Romstad, please take note of that question. If we can connect to answer some of these questions. I think there are additional questions and requests. Please, board members and colleagues, send those along to Dr. Miguel and we can get those answered. I do know there is still a proposal for wrestling on the table, whether to allow it to begin as proposed to begin practices and competitions on Wednesday, January 13, as is in proposal 1. Ms. Romstad, if you wouldn't mind pulling that up. There is a request from the board to whether to allow that or not. So I'll stop there. Is there a motion to allow wrestling to begin practices and competitions January 13th as proposed?
So moved.
Second. Thank you.
Motion and a second to allow wrestling to begin practices and competitions on Wednesday, January 13th, 2021, as proposed by staff, as you can see on the screen. Is there further discussion or questions? And I'll limit to 5 minutes before we take a vote. Okay. Hearing none, I would ask Ms. Smith to do a roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphreys,
Janie Humphreys, no.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
No.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, no.
Dr. Yeager.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Romstad, for the information.
to pull this off.
Thank you so much, Ms. Romsland. Oh,
I'm sorry. I was just going to say, before we move on to the consent agenda, I would just like to ask for, I think there may have been some confusion with our previous presentation around the reentry and the recommendations of the next phase. Could you just maybe provide clarity of what was presented and what we should expect? I think just for staff's sake, for our students and community, I think that would be helpful.
yes, and that's actually exactly what I was going to ask you. I think there is a little bit of confusion. So I think if we, sorry, oh, I can't see the whole thing here. This is actually what we proposed, which is to bring this number of students who would be most likely up to 1,800 students in K-5, newcomers, the high IEP minutes, those who are in foster care or who have faced homelessness, and those seniors who are at risk of not graduating on time. That was the proposal. And we don't want to confuse people, but I think the clarification I wanted to ask the board, it sounded like there were some questions about could we bring more kids in. So I wanted to ask if that was something that the board wanted us to look at or to do. If not, this is what we are proposing today.
Well, I'm sorry. Matt said at the beginning that this was for information only. So we didn't vote. I just took it as information, and they're going to take it back and come back. That was not clear because he said it was for information. So is it for information?
No, we were not asking for a vote because we were bringing it as an extension of the phase that we have already started. So as you remember, Ms. Page, we started with identifying high needs students back in November, and we identified those special ed students that Dr. Lori shared with us earlier. So when the board decided not to bring students back in January, then we went back to the drawing board to say, we know that ESL students and this group of special ed we identified as needing to come earlier. Now, who are the other students who need to come back earlier? And that's how we created phase 2 of that gradual reentry plan.
But what I'm saying is, he said, and that's why I didn't trip, because he said it's a point of information.
Right.
So we didn't vote.
No, I'm not asking for a vote. I think we were asking to clarify what we are doing. Correct, Mr. Lopez?
So if I understand correctly, yes, I think they're just interpretation, right? I think it was informational in terms of these were the next groupings of small groups of students that were coming in the building. But maybe it would be more clear if we actually, as presented, so that is the next group of students, the K through 5, those groupings that were on there, those who were having trouble connecting, ELL newcomers, so those groups that were presented, perhaps it would make sense if there were a vote to clarify whether that was approved by the board or not, to take any onus off of Dr. Miguel or the cabinet, rather than just an implication that it was presented and not sure what comes next. So,
well, that's why I said we didn't vote. Right. So I assumed it was a point of information. Right. Nobody made a recommendation. I understand all that other stuff, but we didn't make it official.
That's why I wanted to come back to, and I think that's why Dr. Miguel wanted to come back to it. Because I think there was some confusion in my head whether that was actually going to happen or not. And so I think it makes sense for us to just to let staff know, like, yay or nay. If we don't agree with that, then we need to say no. Or if we do, then I think we should say yes.
Say yes.
So
I make a motion.
Dr. Miguel, I would ask you to, as I would respond to what you just said, based on what Tammy just said, there could be the implication that any athlete who was failing, if she was, if what I understood her to say that they need to get back in the building, that'd be one additional group. Am I correct?
That's not what we discussed. What we discussed, and I'm going to share this slide.
No. I know that's not what you discussed. I'm answering, is that the implication from your question? Would there be additional students?
From my question? I'm not sure I'm following.
Comment. Okay. Did you not just make a comment for clarification? Would there be any additional students?
So that was probably that was probably for me, Dr. Nguyen, because I had asked about the possibility of extending to other students.
Then I'll respond to you then. Based on what Tammy said, any high risk of not progressing would include athletes who are failing, correct? Wouldn't they meet that definition? I think she said yes.
That's a good point. If the athletes are failing, are they going to be brought back in?
They're not K through 5.
I was going to say, according to our current criteria, it would be K-5 students. So no athletes would be considered K-5. You would have your seniors. You may have some seniors that are athletes that qualify, but currently that's not our proposed plan. Our proposed plan to bring secondary students would be in that next phase, start with our K-5 and then bring in the secondary students. If the board would like us to bring in athletes as another group, that's a possibility, but currently we're focusing on K-5 and seniors.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry for the confusion.
That's a good clarification. Thank you, Dr. Nguyen.
I wanted to make a motion that we accept the proposal so there's no confusion to accept the phase 2 that was presented by Matt.
The motion on the floor, is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the next phase of student return. I don't know that I would call it phase 2. That might create some confusion for folks.
There's a lot of phases, right?
Yeah.
So
you want me to show the slide again?
To say the next phase as presented in tonight's presentation by Mr. Anderson. Motion and a second. Is there additional clarification comments?
Yeah, I have a comment. We raised some issues, and I hope about the masking and all that stuff is answered, and the accommodation, because that's up in the air. And I understand what she said, but you still got to help those principals get those people in, and who's coming in, who's not. And for me, I'm voting against it because I think that needs to be answered before we do anything. And I'd like to see it in writing. Like I said, I've been in the district long enough that stuff like that we leave open, it doesn't always come out the way we say.
Yeah, I think that's something that was discussed that staff will bring back and look at for an example akin to the community college and what they put on paper. So, okay. Any other questions or thoughts before we? Ms. Smith, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphrey.
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
No.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Dr. Yeager.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Miguel, for bringing that back and just,
no problem.
I think that was helpful for a lot of folks. All right, so continuing with our agenda, we are at the consent agenda. We'll take a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda.
Mr. Lopez like to set aside item B like banana.
Okay. Any other items? Otherwise, a motion to accept the consent agenda minus item B.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Hold on just a second. Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Wynn,
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
and Dr. Yeager.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Nguyen, does this need an executive session or?
No,
Okay.
no. I asked to set aside to be consistent with the topic. I don't remember seeing an updated vacancy report, but in view of reentry, in view of those with accommodation, what is the schedule for recruitment to fill the vacancies?
Well, you should have in the board library the latest vacancy report. So I
November.
apologize if you didn't have it, but it hasn't changed much, quite honestly, as far as the open teaching positions, because as you know, we don't have that many teachers who fill vacancies in the fall. We are, of course, doing our regular recruiting processes, and I can send you the latest schedule. I'm happy to put that in the board library, what events and activities we're doing.
As well as I think there was 13 bus drivers, again, in anticipation of returning. I mean, again, it's just November 5th. We just had not had any report.
Yeah, you have.
One would have thought that would have been included.
Oh, well, I guess I'm confused. We put the vacancy report before every board meeting. It goes into the board library. So Leslie, are they getting those board documents?
I'll do a better job of making sure that
Okay.
gets distributed. I apologize if since I didn't email that.
There's one more recent than November 5th.
Oh, yeah. There's one from last Friday.
It's out in the library. I can.
Okay, if someone would email us and let us know when you put things in the library.
I should have done that, Jim. You're right.
Okay.
Could you tell me where? Because the last vacancy report is 11/5. Is it under a different category?
I'll get with Ms. Smith and we'll figure out exactly where it's at. I'll make sure that the board members have it. And
okay.
Whenever we do add something to the library, I'll make sure to email the board so that you all know where to look. I apologize for not having.
Yeah, because I've been providing it before every board meeting. You have it the Friday before.
Yeah.
I make a motion that we approve the human resource report.
I'm sorry. I know you made the motion. He asked for question. You didn't give me a chance to ask mine. Mine had to do, for example, with the situation like Harmon on the reentry plan. You don't have to answer now, but how are we going to deal with them having 2 math teachers teaching all the math students? So how is that going to work out? And like I said, you don't have to give me an answer now. I'd like how do we do that? And to make sure we don't burn our teachers out because we lost 2. They got 2. And are the other 2 going to leave at the end of the year? Because they got everybody. So how do we work that out? I'm not asking for an answer now, but not only there, but at Eisenhower. Again, you got somebody teaching all the science. So how does that work out?
Okay. Thank you.
There was a motion to accept the HR report and recommendations. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Not Ms. Smith, roll call vote, please.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries.
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Wynn.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
And Dr. Yeager.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Okay, so before we jump into executive session, we did have an additional item to the agenda, which was the election of the KASB Assembly. Dr. Nguyen, that was approved before the agenda.
Right, we should have gotten a notice.
Leslie.
Can you help me out here? I'm not quite sure.
So what was it again? I'm sorry. You said we should have received a notice from.
We should have gotten a notice from KSB to have the designate who would be voting members, voting delegates.
I have not.
I'm logged. I can't log in to check that.
Okay.
I apologize.
Then we may just have to do it via mail because I think the delegate assembly is on the 23rd, and that would be before the next board meeting.
Right. Yeah, you would want to have your delegate voted on and decided before the delegate meeting. I thought it was the 25th, but it might be the 23rd.
Well, 25th is on a Monday. I haven't known them to have it on a Monday, and they usually have the January advocacy, but because of COVID, they're not.
Right. You're probably right. I probably have the wrong date in my head, but I'm agreeing with you. You guys need to decide that before the delegate.
Yeah. So
Who was the delegate last year?
I know I was there.
You were there?
I want to make a motion for Maxine Drew to represent us and be a delegate.
Second.
I think, well, for discussion, I think I'm a delegate by definition of being on the board. But
how many did you get?
I think we get more than one, but we'll see.
I think we need to wait and get clarification on how many we have.
Probably.
If you're going to do it, you're probably going to have to do a special meeting to get somebody appointed between now and then. It could be a phone call meeting, but you're going to have to do something.
So we do have a meeting on the 19th with Marcia. Could we add that as?
Yes. Yes.
Good
yes.
idea.
Yeah.
You'll have to change the meeting notice to account for that because it will be an action item. So that'll have to, special meeting, you have to amend the notice.
I don't think it's been noticed yet. Has it, Ms. Smith? Okay. So then
we
we
have to amend the notice, but make sure the notice has that as an action item.
Yeah.
Greg, I might call you to make sure we get that right.
I withdraw my motion at this time.
Yeah.
Oh, Yolanda has to agree, I think, because she seconded.
Oh, I'm sure you'll have to mute. I'll say I agree. I have the hardest time with that.
And then we want to be fair to Leslie. She didn't know this. I mean,
that's fine.
I just don't want anybody to look.
Oh no,
she didn't know, and they've been training, and somehow that didn't come up. So there's going to be some more things we need to. They're going to get additional training, which we voted on. Yeah. But if she didn't know, that's not her fault.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's blaming Leslie.
No.
Want anybody to say?
Oh no.
They kind of look like Leslie. Well, you didn't know.
Well, I didn't add it to the agenda.
Yeah. Hey,
I added to the agenda because it is on the agenda.
It is.
We did not want to miss it.
I apologize, everybody. I should have known that and caught that. So that's nobody's fault but mine. So we will continue on with our meeting. Thank you, everybody.
Let me ask a question, Randy. Looking at the consent agenda, you have added now the payment of bills on the consent agenda and not a separate item. Is this moving forward? So, or that's first question. Is moving forward, will payment of bills be on the consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay, so if there's a question, then we'll have to set that payment of bills aside.
Yes, Dr. Wynn, correct, yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay, all right, thank you. So we are at time for executive session. Again, I do want to be respectful if folks need a moment to stretch. You can take, it's 9:14. I will call for a 6-minute break and then enter, and I would entertain a motion to go to executive session at 9:20 to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect privacy interests under COMA.
So moved.
Second.
For how long?
For 20 minutes, Greg?
If this is the first one, I think I'm 10 or 15.
Okay, why don't we say 15 minutes for 15?
And Mr. Lopez, if it's okay with the board, because there is no action to follow in any of the executive sessions, I would ask staff to just go.
Yeah.
If we have an early morning.
Hey, they
So-
got it. Hey.
Have a good night, staff. Thank you for joining us.
Good night, everyone.
So there's been a motion. Has there been a second?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Smith, would you do a roll call, please?
Londa Clark,
Londa Clark, yes. Sorry.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
and Dr. Yeager.
Yes.
Thank you.
See you in 5 minutes.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
everyone, for all you do. Appreciate you.
Thank you, staff. We do need Ms. Tushman and Mr. Covington.
All right, it's 9:35. Take a motion to come back into open session.
So move.
Second.
Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Dr. Yeager.
Yes.
Thank you. We're back in open session. I would entertain a motion to recess the executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of the parties involved under COMA. For Dr. Miguel, did we say for how long?
15 minutes?
15 minutes?
I think
Okay.
that's enough.
Okay, good for 15 minutes, going in at 9. I'm going to need help with my math here. 9:37, we're returning at 9:50.
43.
9:52.
Yeah, it's late.
52.
It's too late for math.
58.
There a motion for my crazy math?
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Smith?
Okay. Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
and Dr. Yeager.
Yes.
All in 15. Session, please.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
We lost Wanda.
Macy, yes. Macy, yes.
okay, Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
okay,
Thank you. So I would entertain a motion to go back into executive session at 9:56, 10 minutes, coming back out at 10:06.
So move.
Second.
All right, Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Yes.
Janie Humphries,
Yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Yes.
Dr. Nguyen,
Yes.
Dr. Yeager.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I would entertain a motion to come back into open session, please.
So moved.
Second.
Yolanda, we're moving a second.
Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Leslie, you're on mute.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Yes.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
And Dr. Yeager.
Yes.
Thank you. So we are done with our agenda. I do just want to say on behalf of the board, Dr. Yeager, we're still a family, and I know your family's hurting right now. So as a board and as a district, we're keeping you in our prayers, you and your family. So if there's anything that we can do to be supportive of you and your family, let us know. We're here for you, and we're keeping you in prayer. So just wanted to make sure that we recognize that and tell you that we love you and we love your family, and we're here for you.
Thank you, and I'll let you know when the funeral services will be.
Thank you. All right. With that, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Bye.